The only two
What
we bet.
is
Go ahead.
going on,
Oh,
guys?
there we
Big
go.
Rye and the fat guy coming at you with the Thanksgiving Day football game
Sorry,
between
American
the.
Thanksgiving. We have to add a caveat, all right, tough guy.
Yeah, but only Americans are watching. We got a couple Canadian brethren. They know what's going on. It's I don't know. Fat guy and I've been having fun. We really enjoyed the last game. I know Fat Guy was the last game.
Oh,
A big fan.
unbelievable! You don't get to see like a car accident up close, but I did. I saw one. This is up there. Hugh Jackson somewhere from the sky is just clapping. He's like, "That's how you coach a football game."
It was something else.
I learned something today though, and that's the best part about when you watch a train wreck like that. Is how do you take the like qualitative data of a of coaching
Yeah.
and turn it into quantitative? Like, and then I think we could figure it out. Like, you'd have to know like how often a penalty will stall a possession, and penalty and procedural penalty. Like, actually, there has to be like each penalty has to have some bearing on the coach, right? Like some reflection. You know what I mean? It's not like a player like you know what I mean, like a rough player that goes out and like makes a dirty hit, but like a procedural penalty, like you're not really going to get the data unless you group coaches together into like bad, good, medium. But you could add it as like an added metric, and then in addition, poor timeouts, poor fourth down decision making, poor aggressive, we'll call it third down aggressiveness. I think you could figure it out. This is one of those things though that would be like
It's like one thing in a decision tree with a million things.
exactly, but
it's so tough to do.
you'd have to there is a way to set parameters though, and you'd have to just loosely group some things together. That's just there's no other way, because like otherwise you're just going to get too exact. But when you and I both know this from a personal standpoint, when you get too precise, what ends up happening is you just need one of those things to be off, and you're doomed. Your model is doomed. Ugh, how interesting though.
Well, that's why I think like also we've gone less to handicapping and more towards
Market plays.
market, like just knowledge of the market.
Yeah, knowledge of the market. Yeah, that's better.
Because it's just like the amount of work that you have to put in to do exactly what you said it's astronomical. Like, and
It is
it's
astronomical.
you're I don't know, I don't have a good saying, but it's like essentially chasing your tail.
Well, it's following an endless rabbit hole. That's the way I explain it. Like because people ask me a lot lately about, and I explain the top down versus bottom up approach, and I'm said, yeah, it's cool to be an originator. It's also impossible.
Yeah.
I'm like, because I also said too, from a technological standpoint, how many people doing this are on the cutting edge, and if they are, why are they asking me? You, you know what I mean? I guess for the knowledge, gambling knowledge, sure, but like, how many people? It's got to be like 1 in a 250,000, I would say, that have like cutting edge coding technology or coding capability. And then the other issue I also have is if you're that rare, I hate to break it to everybody, you're probably not going to focus your energy on sports gambling.
No,
You know what I
it's
mean?
not.
That's why we're not deep at that position, right? That's why it is kind of beatable for like smart amateur scientists, we'll call them. If you were a strong math guy and you learn quickly, you could mold it into something. But if you're really, really talented in that field, I mean, you're gonna work in Wall Street before you bet on sports, right? Like the cap is just, and sorry, I'm on a tangent here, but someone asked me like, what's the most you could make betting on sports, like reasonably, and I said probably $1 million a year, and like that sounds like a lot of money, but for the time, risk, and rarity, not really. You know what I mean?
And also like the amount of bankroll you'd have to be able to make $1 million a year. Like that's not something you wouldn't make $1 million a year
no.
your first year.
No,
Like
no,
that's
no. We're
maybe
talking like
20
year
years.
20.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
20 years
exactly what
down
we're
the
talking
line.
about. And you got to be good every year too, and a little bit lucky in the beginning because you need good variance in the beginning to
Yeah,
be able to extrapolate.
kind of like Geraldo Bob.
Harala Bob and pretty much any young poker player that makes up is they do something that's called taking shots, where they play a game that's too big for their bankroll with the under the proviso that if things go the right way, I can really like my bankroll can now get to a place where he can actually play the big game instead of like risking really big to play the big game, if that makes any sense, right? You know, to get his foot in the door. So, you know, and I know lots of guys. I mean, I'm one of them. You know, that went up to the really highest stakes and didn't. You know, it failed. You know, after crushing the lower and middle stakes, right? So it's. I was just gonna say there's lots of people like that, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, I know one really well. Yeah, and it's not because of lack of talent; it's just lack of or even advantage in the game, right? So that's why I just like it's the crossover just isn't going to be there, right? I bet the quaints. I guess that's the Happy Thanksgiving, Mud.
Happy
That's
Thanksgiving, Mud.
that's the term that they use for guys in math guys in finance. And like, yeah, they would probably laugh at $1 million a year. Like, I can't imagine what those guys actually get paid, right? You know, and maybe I'm in the wrong profession. I also don't, but can coincidentally though, I had this argument with a friend of mine this week. I'm not a fan of the stock market. I think it's a game that you're forced to play if you're not living paycheck to paycheck. If you stuff money under a mattress, it's a melting ice cube. There's inflation. So you're forced to play in these financial markets where the rules don't favor you and there's a severe asymmetry of information. And people that know what they're doing, like 99 times, probably 999 times out of 1,000, are, you know, lucky when they win and unlucky when they lose, or at least that's how they feel, right? So I really despise the stock market from a morality standpoint, but there's no real way around it. Like, you know, it's a part of life. So it's unfortunate. I guess that's why crypto is so popular. But then again, is that any different? Like, really? Is that any different? So anyways. The other thing I was going to say too, when we're talking about quantitatively evaluating coaches, is whatchamacallit, is that baked into the line? Like how much does it affect the line? Do you know what I mean? Or how much is it valued into the line? Like, is there an inefficiency there? You know, that's what I've been hinting at. So, oh, Alberto Ortiz, I need help. Oh, well, I better get a lot of help because I'm gonna need a job too then. If I stop, how am I going to pay my bills, Alberto? I got to be real here. You know, but at least, you know, it's someone probably looking out for the best interests of himself and our viewers. We must have took Detroit in the contest. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I bet on it. Like, I just wondering what line it was. Oh yeah, it would have been opening. So we're good. Big Rhyme eating cereal, I guess.
It was Detroit +4.
Oh, what a wonderful friend from our wonderful comment from our European friend Pima. Hi guys, I'm never gonna watch your stream live, so I wanted to say hi here on the stream. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Yeah. Not that
from a Canadian to most likely a Finn. Happy American Thanksgiving.
American Thanksgiving. Yeah. He did well today. He got a middle opportunity. It didn't pan out that way, but like
it was so close.
It was so good.
Such good value, and it doesn't always work out. Like it usually doesn't work out. But if it does,
it's not supposed to work out very often, right? But like,
congrats, Alberto. That's awesome to hear.
Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. Like, if your goal is to not gamble and you don't gamble, great.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like that's
it's actually something very, very difficult for a lot of people to do. That's something to celebrate. That is really good.
I guess that's true. I don't know. I didn't grow up in that household, but I did like to do it. Like
But you didn't grow up in a household that lost, so it's a big
that's
difference. If
yeah,
you grew up,
that's true.
most people lose, right? And if you're losing, it's a very, very dangerous game to want to gamble.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'm not as empathetic to that. And you're right. My dad was at the time about as sharp as you could get him in the 70s and 80s. So, it didn't really happen, And my dad hated, like, my dad's never played a table game. I think he plays nickel slots now with my mom. He's in his 70s, so like I guess that's their version of, and he does bet about $1 a race, or $2 a race at the racetrack. But this is the only time I've ever seen him pleasure gamble in my life. Like, he's not expecting to win, but he is like enjoying himself because he thinks that the rigors of trying to win in gambling is like so difficult that it's overwhelming for someone of his age. He thinks he's too slow, and he is.
Like, he's at a point where it's like he doesn't need to risk. Like, there's just no
No,
need. Like,
no,
it's
he's set for good forever, right? So yeah, risking would be ludicrous too. That's also another thing. So yeah, it's just strange. I've never like I find it every time I see him playing. I've never seen him pleasure gamble before because when I grew up,
it was serious. It was business.
It was serious business. Serious business.
Yeah.
The idea of him playing like a table game, that would be disgusting to him. Like, he would be very, if I did something like that and he knew about it, that would be like, I'd get more in trouble for that than probably anything.
Yeah, but it's true, right? Like, it's why you're giving your money away at that point.
Yeah, he hated that behavior. He really, really, really did. So I guess, go ahead.
Josh Allen said, nice hat, fat guy. But fat guy's actually, he's not with us today. We've got Matt Patricia joining the stream. Guy's been bored, so we figured we'd give him a shot here, and fat guy could take a break. Fat guy works hard, so even Matt Patricia needs to get a job once in a while.
Absolutely. And this is the Matt Patricia that's introspective about coaching decisions. So it's a new look one, as they like to say.
You can't see, but he's actually on crutches. And, Aircast.
No, I took my ATV here, and I'm standing on a pad, and I'm coaching from behind the Gatorade. Happy Thanksgiving, Jamie.
Happy Thanksgiving, Jamie. Oh, totally, Alberto. Like, it's one of those things that, like, if there's a will, there's a way, and I'm happy that you were able to find that.
Yeah, there's two sides to the coin. Big Rye is right, and I'm less empathetic to it, but it's I've had family members too that have more than lost everything. Like, losing everything would have been a good thing for them, but it was much worse than that. So I have seen it. I just have I have less sympathy for it. But those are actually try and get better, who have that affliction, then that is impressive, because it's probably the hardest one to kick, to be honest.
Well, it shows self-awareness, which is something that you and I are very, like, not being self-aware is very, very dangerous in this world, and that's what can happen, right? If people are betting big and risking stuff more than they can pay or give up, like, you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting probably everybody around you that's close to you.
But I can honestly say this, though. We have done our best not to give out, like, bad habit advice.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm never going to tell someone not to gamble, like, but that's because there's fundamental things that we do. Like, it's almost impossible for me to go broke. Like, it's like, as far as my gambling bankroll goes, just because of how
your risk assessment versus exactly, right?
I'd have to lose 100 games in a row to do it, which is just, over time, like, in 5-10 years, could it happen? Yeah, but it's like,
and that's just not going to happen. And also, too, like, it's not that we don't tell them not to. It's we never encourage, like, recklessness. In fact, we warn against it more than anybody, and I actually feel good about that. Like, because that was the thing too. When people say, "Oh, this is a lock," like, I'm the first guy to say, "Careful with that word," right? Because I don't believe in it. I don't think that exists, and it doesn't, realistically, right? So there's just we've done.
It's a game of probabilities.
It is, and like anything can happen. It's kind of like another reason. Sorry, I was trashing the stock market and the people involved in it. Another reason was I say that is every stock guy I talk to, I ask them like, what's the probability outcome of each thing, right? And they're like, I don't know. And they're like, well, okay, what's the general expected value? And they don't know. So like anyone can make predictions, but they if you don't even have a vague understanding of the probability, how could it go well for you for over the long period, right? It's impossible. I think so, anyways, right? So is our stuff right all the time? No. Is it relatively calculated to a point, right? But the point of like the picks video isn't follow these picks. We never say, or rarely, if I'm sure I might have said a couple times, take this, take that, or this offers value. I usually like using that one instead of saying take this, or I say that I've done it, which when I say it, I have done it only because like skin in the game. That's Nicholas Taleb book, which is pretty powerful because anyways, well, I'll touch on that more going forward. But like any of the advice we give out, the pick video rather is the whole point behind it is less so the picks and more the information and the attitude behind it. And that's what I try and stress every week. Whether I'm that good of a communicator, or me and Big Rye are for that matter, I can't say for sure, but the intent is there at least. Have you ever heard of that book? Skin in the Game?
No.
It's basically, it highlights that a lot of people and a lot of people in prominence, pundits and such, they make statistical so they make prognostications.
Yeah.
And they don't actually have anything behind them. So they can be endlessly wrong with no repercussions, no consequences, right?
Yeah. I like what was the gambling book we read where the guy was asked to write for a newspaper, and the newspaper editor, whoever, I don't know who the guy is who makes them, gives them the idea for content, but he said you have to pick 5 NFL games every week and pick them. And the guy essentially told him no, because like there's going to be weeks where he has 0 picks and there's going to be weeks where he has 12 picks. Like
or
just
7.
To just think he's going to have 5 every single week is silly. But like that's the whole thing, right? Like it's interesting because some people just do it to get content, and some people do it because, like you said, they do have skin in the game.
No, absolutely. And that's like, but then also too, this is the funny thing where media and gambling like don't intersect, is like, okay, is generally speaking, people that are really have skin in the game don't talk about it too much. That's why I don't really like publishing plays or anything like that. Mickey's commented on it in the Discord, and I'll let one out from here and there, but like it's not I don't find it prudent, right? Because then I don't, exactly what almost Alberto was talking about, I don't want someone chasing them with bad bankroll management and then blaming me when I win and praising me when they lose, right? Which are both inevitable, right? You are going to lose some and you are going to win some. So that's why I hate when people ask me, for the most part, aside from like our group giving out a couple here and there of what I like, is I don't think that's unreasonable, considering I have a little bit more trust in how they'll use the information to a point, right? But there's a big disconnect between people that know what they're talking about and then people that are the loudest on the microphone. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, like Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp.
That's the extreme example of like no skin in the game.
Well,
like, it really doesn't matter what they say, but that's the thing they're going for, and it's the thing that gets the most eyeballs and views and gets talked about the most. So it's
that's why I use that
sad
example.
Formula
it's
of culture.
It absolutely is. It gets a little bit better because like there is the odd Twitter account. There's the odd Twitter account that is very, very sharp and informative and helpful among things. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a big deal. It's a big transformation that's kind of happening over Twitter, where those guys are finding their voice, but the disconnect is still very real. So, like in the old days, like most you could get is like a newsletter that was for the most part bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like in reality too, like what is it? Like my dad probably could have written one on horse racing, high stakes horse racing in the 70s and in the late 70s, and what would have happened? It would have been, you know, him with a pencil. It wouldn't have been bullshit, but like he's probably the only guy that I know of that probably made money during that time period, right? And it was for, you know, he dedicated a lot of his time to it. So it's, and also too, just even if you know this stuff, you know how to communicate. That's another thing too. You know, that's something I struggle with all the time, right? Like even making those videos, which I did for a time, and it's just on pause right now because we have other projects going on. But like it's so it's hard to communicate and say what you mean and not be misleading, right? So you have to be direct but also inclusive in your language, right? Like not use too much jargon. And I go in these tangents all the time, right? Does it make sense and does it land with everyone? I don't expect it to, but it's also too, that's how you kind of get a little bit better, at least you think so, right? Is your response to it. Speaking of which, Michigan is upset with another Detroit Lions loss, and he'd rather I be the coach of Detroit. I honestly think, as far as in-game decision making, I think I could do a better job. Getting players ready and running proper plays and nuance, no way, no way. Dan Campbell is. It's not just him. Anybody would be better than me. I don't have experience at that, but specifically in-game decision making in terms of timeouts, aggression on third and fourth down, I think I could do a better job. Oh, and procedural stuff like what is focused on in practice, I could probably do a better job. But I don't think it's just me. I'm not a wonderkin, to be real. So, yeah, it's a lot of people could. And Michigan just said it best: back-to-back timeouts, like WTF, and absolutely, because like that was the best part I loved about the back-to-back timeouts that I found so enthralling, more or less, was that they're so concerned about having the right defense on 3rd and 9 that they create this snafu where they take the 2 timeouts. They're honestly better off giving up the touchdown and having the 3 timeouts. Do you know what I mean? Like, because you just pretty much lose the game if you give up 2 timeouts. Even one is pretty close. So like it doesn't matter what the defense was. You could have 11 children out there and you'd be better off if you didn't take the 2 timeouts. So I don't know what they're so angry about. Like the coaching staff, they're just pretty aloof as to what's actually valuable. And 3rd and 32, run a draw. Yeah, you're right. Especially in the second quarter when they could have at least attempted to try and get the first down. Also, too, when you're at the 52, you're better off bombing it and arm punting it in the end zone with an interception and having like a lighter offensive line. Do you know what I mean? In case you have to stop a return, it's very hard to return it. It's very, 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 very hard. Like even I could even argue having a gunner in at running back. You know what I mean? That can pass block, I would imagine, to some competency, and then just bomb it into the end zone. Like that's a better opportunity than just running a draw that's never going to work. Like, what's the chances of a draw actually making it 32 yards? One in 300-400.
It's going to be less than that, but it's
I don't think
the
so.
whole point is it's going to be a lot less than throwing the ball.
Okay, let's cap it 1 in 100. 1 in 100 plays, you're going to run a draw and you're going to get 33 yards.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, that's at the highest, right? Whereas if you like bombing a Hail Mary is probably 1 in 30, I'd say. Like, you know what I mean? And the chances of them returning for a touchdown are very low too, especially if you are strategic about it. So I don't know. There's like all that's like that's just so easy. Like that's low hanging fruit. But you know, these are, I guess, what do I know? These are multi-billion-dollar companies, franchises. I had this on mute. This guy's trumpet playing is really good. What is the cheerleader doing?
I think she was doing sign language, but I'm not 100% sure. And if she is, it's pretty impressive. And
There's no
I also don't know why I think that's impressive.
there's no words. No one's singing. It's just what is she doing the notes?
Well,
And how would they
I don't know
know?
what song it is. Is it
It's the
the Star
national
Spangled
anthem.
Banner?
Yes.
Well, there is words, so she's just doing
No one's
the
singing them
sign.
though. It's a trumpet.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the hearing impaired fat guy, they can't hear the trumpet.
Yes,
So
but is this words? I don't think those are words. I don't think that's signing.
you could be right. That's why I'm not sure.
Mind you, am I um, versed in American Sign Language? No. I did actually have to go as a um, I had to I had to volunteer for something. I got in trouble for something, and I had to volunteer when I was younger, and to be like an assistant to interpreter, like people trying to be interpreters.
Yeah.
So like they have to hear regular people talk, and then I didn't know, like I didn't realize what I was doing in the first minute. And I used the word euphoric, like way to go. Like someone's trying to interpret sign language and you use euphoric. Like, and then I
It's
looked over and I'm like, oh, sorry. Like, I'm like,
it's a challenging class.
yeah. And then I felt pretentious, but I really was, it was just the right word, right, for the situation. But, and then I figured it out after that, and I used the most base language I had to make it easier for him.
I love what Michigan Backhand says here. Like the fact that Dan Campbell thought that him taking on more responsibility
Oh,
and
my
calling
goodness.
plays
Yeah.
was going to be the way to go. Can't you just like if it's really not working out with Anthony Lynn, can't you just fire him and bring in somebody else? Like
No,
I
you're
don't know.
100% right. I like that's another bad decision.
What's going on, Untouchable? Happy
Hello, sir.
Thanksgiving to
Happy
you.
Thanksgiving. The code bomb just dropped.
Is that good or bad?
It's fine. I don't know what it means. It's like a couple hundred pages of code just dropped all at once.
Oh, okay. Well, the kickoff probably just happened, so oh, they've got is this Michael Buffer? Yeah.
I think it must have closed.
It's still up on my screen, but I don't know how much of that is just So I want to see what this is cuz right now Raiders +7 is -101. I want to see what it flips to when it goes live. Yeah, that is pretty impressive. How old is Michael Buffer?
I don't know. I found out that something interesting though that I was listening. Bruce Buffer didn't know that he had a brother. Like they didn't know each other because
Oh, really?
he was adopted.
Michael
Michael Buffer.
Buffer's 77.
Yikes, man. I'm gonna start saying to my dad, "You wish you were Michael Buffer." He's older than him, and he seems to be more spry. But who knows? He probably just gets it together. He's
Well,
only got
you,
five
you,
words to say.
yeah, it's like that. It reminds me of the scorpion in the alcoholic bottle that you can prop up with wire and make it look very scary and alive when
That's very
truly
funny.
inside it's very dead. And that's what I think
That was
of
such a Norm delivery.
when I see Michael Buffer out there. Like he's out there essentially on a marionette with the same recording for the past 30, 40 years.
That was a pretty good run for a guy who tripped. Ooh, Tyron Smith's back. Who are the
That's a nice
receivers?
positive.
Gallup and Wilson?
Yeah.
Jonathan Hankins? What was that? That was almost a penalty.
This is like kind of a middling question, but what do you think about the interim coach for Vegas so far?
It's a good question. I can't say I have a strong opinion because I don't have the sample. Like my eyes haven't been like dedicated more or less. Like I haven't got a good enough look.
I felt like there hasn't really been that much of a change, to be honest. Like, it still feels like the same team to me.
That was a big play by Jonathan Abram. So Abrams leads all defensive backs and tackles. That's really dangerous because that guy's like, that's good. Like that shows him that's a marketed improvement because he used to miss a lot of tackles.
It's
Probably told me
it's
ease up a little bit.
well, it's like kind of like it's also not the greatest stat because it could mean that he's just giving up the most catches in his area and then making those
He's a
tackles.
safety too, though. Like you have a little bit more leeway. Like for a corner, you can make a better argument. That was a nice return from Renfro.
So far, no live line for this game, which I find interesting. I don't know if I'm just on the wrong page here. Yeah. Jacobs with a short run on first down. Yeah, I think 31 other teams wouldn't mind to have Trayvon Diggs in their secondary.
Oh, I thought that was going to be an interception.
It looked like it too. But a very, very accurate throw from Carr. I think I've been too rough on Carr. The live line's already down to 4.5, which I guess with losing out on your first possession, that can happen.
Dude, Parsons got a big shot on Carr.
Yeah, I was just saying
but,
I'm gonna focus on him. Like Parsons is just blowing me away every time I watch him play.
yeah, but you also too Carr, like you're giving him kind of the you're seeing the good right now. Like there's a lot of that's a touchdown. Oh, I mean the Lions are of course they could use Trayvon Diggs. What do you mean? They're the Lions. They have one of the worst rosters in the league, if not the worst. Look at the angle the safety took. Yikes.
I don't know how Jackson managed to stay in bounds because he was running so fast towards the sidelines. That was actually a very, very
Did
impressive
it turn
touchdown.
upfield? Yeah. Just fantasy. Wow, that was quick.
Live line Dallas minus 2.5. They've invested a lot into that secondary. The
Yeah.
Lions have,
Yeah.
but it's pretty
Oh,
tough when two first round picks aren't playing and out injured.
I did it. I pulled it off today. Remember how I was trying to um I'm in Survivor and I tried to pick the same team as the other guy. I did it.
Oh, nice. What did you select?
Dallas.
That's great. So it's only you and one other person?
Yeah, but he has it's 2 games for me to go out. And then
So a Dallas loss here and you win?
yeah.
All
Even
right.
for me picking up a strike, I win.
That's great. Well, you're plus 138 to win right now.
Yeah, I kind of want them to I want them to win by 16 though.
That's a good point.
Yes. The money's better that way.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doc D. The coverage on this play was actually really good. Like the man coverage, Deshaun Jackson made a play, and like you said, the safety didn't take the best angle, but it looked like he took enough angle to get him out of bounds, but just didn't work out. Fat guy looking like Matt Patricia today, or is it Halloween in Canada?
It might as well be.
MVP back to drop some knowledge on us about the Dolphins.
Oh my God. Is that top-notch MVP? Available on iTunes.
Yeah, we actually went against Miami this week, taking Carolina minus
We did go with Carolina this week. We took them against the Ravens. Oh, defense. There you go.
Doc needs the over, so good start. The live OU right now is 56.5.
Nice completion, Dallas. Dude, did you see someone with who that wasn't set? Whoever ran that flat, like that guy wasn't set at all. It wasn't 17-0 MVP. If you include playoffs, and then if you include playoffs, technically speaking, the Patriots broke it in 2009. But as far as being undefeated throughout a single season, yes, no one has beat it.
Michigan, it's good that you're in the situation where you can just think about going bald rather than going bald.
Yeah, yeah. What? That looked like a throwaway. That was crazy.
Cedric Wilson has been surprisingly good for a fourth receiver this year. I think it was Corey Littleton, but
It was.
he took a very strange angle on that coverage. Pollard in at
Sorry, Tony.
yeah. Doc D calling for that Schultz touchdown.
Dalton. Javonte Williams has 514 yards. Wow.
He's a good, like, up and coming
Yeah.
running back prospect.
Is that Dalton Schultz? And that's a touchdown.
Unfortunately, it's not Schultz.
Oh,
I think that
it
might
isn't?
be Jarwin.
Blake Jarwin.
No, it's
McKeon.
Michigan alum Sean McKeon.
Miss a Pat. You see that Audible commercial just now?
Yep.
I don't know who that woman is. So when they were showing the when they were showing like the Audible podcast, wouldn't they show hers first? Like, wouldn't that be the way?
I guess so. I wasn't paying close enough attention. I'll be back in a minute.
Big Rye needs a body transplant. That's really what it is. Or like one of those scooter things. I don't know how I feel about Josh Jacobs. Remember talking about soft running backs? He might be in there. That conversation. Mickey mentioned Daryl Henderson. I'm starting to think maybe him. Even though I don't know, but like there's almost a law of diminishing returns if you get good usage in your rookie year. Oh. Wow. Wow. What a play. Oh my, that is one of the best defensive plays, if this stands, that I have seen in a really long time. Oh my. Oh my, Big Rye. This is one of the... Dude, this is
He
crazy
managed to
good.
keep this from going out of bounds. Look. Awesome play. Awesome play.
That was unbelievable.
Is that Keanu Neal?
What Doc D said.
I think that's
what you're
Keanu
supposed
Neal.
to do, though. It's the smartest thing. Oh my! I can't believe how good that was. Like you always.
Yeah, that's a fumble too.
I think that's a fumble, but you don't know. Like he turned up field.
The Lions receivers are just fine. Like those guys don't get paid a lot of money, and like Detroit's trying to lose games right now with how they
hold on
structure this team.
They just called it an incomplete pass.
That's
Why?
bad.
Like you can't. How do you call that after though? Why didn't you whistle it dead?
When I saw it,
this is bad.
When I saw the first replay, I thought it might be, but that second one, it sure looked like a catch because he makes a move. Like he brings the ball towards his
challenge
body.
It then. Are they crazy? Why do you whistle it dead if it's incomplete? Why let the play go? You can't retroactively doing that.
No,
That's
I
so.
like that they let the play go. I'd rather
Then
them
how
let
do you
these
call
plays
it?
go.
Yeah.
I know, like you've got your Dallas cheering on, like it's
No.
yeah, you
It's not
definitely
necessarily.
do. It's you'd much rather let that play go.
I have it. I win either way. It doesn't matter what this game happens. This is the argument I have: is if you let that play go, you rule it a fumble and then you review it after. Like I don't like if it's an incomplete pass. I don't know. Why do you let the play go then? If it's not a fumble, then what are you playing for? I don't understand. That's crazy to me. And then you don't challenge it either. I don't know. Well, okay, if the play is incomplete, why would you not? Why would you let it go? I'm just curious.
Well, they obviously decided that after the fact. The split second decision was uncertainty, so they let it go. I'd much rather them let it go in uncertainty than call it incomplete, screw over Dallas completely, and not let them have the opportunity to make that play.
Well, wouldn't
Because
but
that
then
should have been challenged. McCarthy should have challenged it. Like I don't know if there's some weird
correct.
thing that he can't challenge it. Because to me, that's the whole thing, right?
If
You
he
let that
challenged
play
and
stand
lost, I
so he
would have been
can.
okay with that. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? But
I agree.
if if you didn't like one, he didn't give him the chance. Two, like why don't the referees call it a fumble then? Because obviously someone thought it was a fumble if they left it,
Well,
and
that's what they
then
did live. They called it a fumble, and then retroactively
did
when
they?
they talked it over.
Okay, but they did. They didn't review it though. Do you know what I mean? Like, I guess
Yeah,
they just talked about it. I don't know. I
I
don't.
guess
Where does
so.
that lie? The coach, then?
Yeah, because McCarthy's got to challenge that. Like, unless they specifically told him you can't, which I don't see why you'd be able to tell him you
Yeah, but then
can't. Because
also too, that doesn't that tip the hand that they didn't feel the way that they did? Because wouldn't you just whistle it dead if it was incomplete? Like, I don't know.
we're
I
talking
don't
about
know
the
what the
refs or McCarthy.
yes the refs.
That
You can't
I
whistle it
don't.
dead.
I'm fine with them letting plays go longer than they usually do. I my whole thing is I hate when they whistle stuff dead early, and it usually screws over the defense
I
when they have
agree.
made
I
a good play.
agree.
I think that was
It,
an excellent play all around by the defense. I think that should have been a fumble, and I think that should be Dallas's ball. But
I don't know if I honestly don't know if it was a catch or not, but I think if you're gonna let it go on, you should rule it a fumble, and it should be on the Raiders to challenge. Like I think that onus should have been on him. Either way, I think McCarthy should have challenged it, and if
challenged
he
it, yeah,
lost, so be it,
yeah.
right? But I don't understand if you're gonna let it go, you call it a fumble, recovered, and then you put it on the Raiders, right? At least
Doc,
that's
I
the way
think
I'm looking at it.
it's not so much just the kicker. I think it's like the complete action of the snapper, the holder, and the kicker. Because like there's no way that you can get a hold the same every time. Like it looks the same to us, but like you've Fat Guy and I have experience playing soccer. Like we don't have that much experience kicking field goals, but like even if the ball moves slightly, like it can change your kick dramatically. And I could only imagine that's like probably the biggest difference is that hold for a lot of kickers. Because like even on a tee, most of these guys can kick like 65, 70 yards pretty consistently, I'd say. So but at the same time, it does feel like there should be a lot more kickers that are better, and that it's not the hardest job to do. It's not as hard to find a good kicker than it is to find a good quarterback, but it almost feels like there's more better quarterbacks in the league than kickers.
Now there's I like what you said there. That makes complete sense. And so much so highlighted by what you said that there's a 1994 film called Ace Ventura: Pet Detective that bases its whole plot on that very premise you just introduced.
Yeah.
I feel like Hunter Renfro has a really big bald spot on the back end.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, that fumble thing is still annoying me, the whole procedure of it. But it's over now. Either way, it should be on one of the coaches to have to. I guess that's at the end of the day. It's either on Rich Basak. I can't even say his last name. Basakia or whatever, or
Mike McCarthy.
or Mike McCarthy to have to challenge. Right?
McCarthy
That's
should
a
have
close
challenged
one.
for sure. Like
Yes,
with
100%.
how that turned out, he should have challenged for sure.
Like, especially because there is guaranteed doubt, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise they would have blown it dead. Like, I can kind of see how you would have lost it, and I would have been okay with it. But to just sit there and like do nothing, I don't know. Especially like challenges are way less high stakes in the first half.
Because of the timeout loss, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Like timeouts are more valuable in the second half. I don't think we're um, in disagreement on that.
I think it's equal value.
Really?
But yeah,
Not,
because I consider every possession to be, just because it's the last few minutes doesn't make it
what
more
if you're
valuable.
the last possession? You know exactly how much you will need to win or lose by. I think that's more valuable. Oh man, this is some nice insight from Pima from Finland. You don't get commercials; they just show the field. Sometimes the mic is open, so you can hear
That's
announcers talking. That would be so
terrific.
much fun.
Yeah, I've had that experience like with certain
Hot mics.
like streams, like because they'll have the I see it for NBA games where they'll just show the like they just show what's going on the court during commercial breaks instead.
Yeah.
And it's a much better experience because you get to see weird things, and like it's like Pima just said, like you get a lot of like hot mic stuff, and whether it's in the booth or like something said on the court or on the field, like it's way better. Like don't you think sports has evolved enough where they could do like a pay-per-view thing where they've mic'd up, a bunch of the players?
I mean, theoretically, yeah. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't understand the modeling of sports in general. They could do away with TV if they were. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
and they
TV's
could cut
just
down on illegal
so
stream.
much of the money. Like it's so much. Like
Yeah, but what you have to do though is make a financial commitment. Do you know what I mean? And like take a risk.
well, that's the thing. Like these guys don't have to take the risks. Like the money's guaranteed. They don't have to do any of the work. Like these TV deals are insane. Like let's see, NFL TV deal. It's $100 billion. Like it's
100 billion.
Yeah, here's the last new NFL's new TV rights deals explain what $100 billion package means for fans in 2023 and beyond.
100 billion for how long?
It might be a 10-year thing. Like ESPN pays $2.7 billion per season to keep Monday Night Football.
What? Holy! I thought it was smaller than that.
Oh, the TV deals are just insane.
I thought Monday Night Football would cost less than $1 billion. Shows you how close to reality I am.
Well,
What?
a lot of these are like Amazon is paying $1 billion per season for the midweek exclusivity.
What? Okay. What do you mean midweek? So Thursday Night Football, I can watch it on TV though. Like it's not Amazon specific.
Well, this is 2023. This is going to be like things moving forward.
Man. But couldn't the league make more money technically by going it alone? Like and then doing like piece deals with TV?
It'd be interesting to know what the economics is behind that, because you have to think like the thing with TV is that they have so much like there's so many other ways for them to make money, like because they're showing all these ads during it, and then they can continually make money from the numbers they put up. Like how many people don't change the channel during it? I don't know enough about the TV stuff. I know back in the day it was a big deal because like
They didn't have remotes back in the day, and they only had 6 channels.
yeah, Well, what's the those boxes called? Hey Jackson, how you doing? They have those
Hello, football
boxes.
fans.
The Nielsen boxes, is that's the name I'm thinking
Yeah,
of?
yeah, yeah. That's where they get the Nielsen rating. Yeah.
Yeah, and they like someone would watch like Johnny Carson, and then it would just all night it would say they were watching that show. Like I'm sure TV's gotten a lot better. Like they're probably not doing it that way anymore.
Well, they still call it the Nielsen rating. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly how it works.
but it's like you have to think. I think at least that the TV having these can make more money than the NFL doing their own
I
thing.
guess
But
they're better at selling ad space, but then again, you could have a product without ad space. Like,
I think that's where most of their money comes from, though, is advertisements. That's why, like,
there's a hold
you
on
see a lot
70.
less of the.
That's pass interference, though.
I think that's why you see a lot less. I just lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Oh
We're
no,
talking about the battle between selling ads and not selling ads.
yeah. Well, just like, is it possible for the NFL to sustain what they're doing without advertisements? I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Especially, we don't really know the economics of.
Well, I'm trying to think, if you just took ads out completely, like how would the NFL make money? Like
Would have
ticket
to
sales
sell.
and merchandise?
No, and you'd have to sell watching the game, sell viewership.
So then people would be paying to watch individual games.
Yeah, I would pay. I'd pay $250 a year to watch NFL games. $300 a year. Yeah, I probably would. I have the luxury that I don't have to do that, but
Do you think there's enough people though to get
that's the
that done?
question, right? But I think people like that model more, right? Like people like you and I don't pay for TV. TV's like $180 a month.
Yeah, but we also, the only thing we really pay for is internet.
Internet. I'll
So
pay
it's
150 a month for good internet all day, right?
yeah, I think it's a losing battle. Like,
Yeah, but don't. My question is though, is when like when do we switch off? Like my parents aren't going to give TV up, but like I don't. Our generation, I think it's starting to lose its luster. That's for sure. You can't even like you and I would pay for a TV package and only at sports. You can't do that though.
yeah, there's like DAZN and stuff. Like there is things
DAZN
like it.
sucks. I pay for DAZN. It doesn't work.
Exactly, and that's kind of the issue, right? Like
I'm not watching DAZN, and I can.
you can find streams that are better, or
Illegal
options that are
streams
better.
that are better than DAZN. If DAZN worked really well, I'd be happy with the price. Also, too, you know what they did? I sent them an email to see if I could pause my subscription during uh during COVID lockdown,
Mm-hmm.
and they said no,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't do it for anybody.
It's
So
just
they
bad.
still got it's really bad.
It's just bad business. But I also think, like, I don't think the business is as good as we think when it comes to that side of things.
But I don't understand how like I don't know. That's another one. How's an illegal stream service better? I don't. That's crazy to me. Is this a Renfro handoff? Wow.
Interesting fact, last week was the first ever reverse run by Mike Evans.
Oh, really? I could see that. It's just strange because of his longevity in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not really a burner though. Like, I wonder what
Yeah,
his
it's not
40 time
surprising
was.
from that, but it's just
He
was saying it
the
during-
length in the league.
yeah, he was saying it like on a mic'd up part of thing. That's the reason why I know. And like I was wondering if he's talking about at any level, but there's no way at like high school he
No,
must have
he
ran a.
he's probably the best athlete on his high school team. I mean, come on. But who knows, right? Goodwin faster. Of course, Goodwin's faster. Goodwin's faster than everybody. Mike Evans, I don't even think is fast necessarily.
I'll check out his
Like
40 time.
fast comparatively, real world fast, undoubtedly faster than anyone I know. But
Yeah,
like
he ran a
NFL
4.53, so he's
he's
comparable
all
to
right.
like a average running back.
Average running back, average receiver for the most part. He scored a touchdown on that reverse, right?
I don't think so. I don't think it was unless they did
Or was
more
that
than
Godwin
one.
that did that? That makes way more sense.
Nice design play here, and they
Yeah.
pick up the first down.
Who has better hands? I think you asked your own
Uh,
question there, Blue Venom. I think you know the answer to that. Who can make a contested catch better? I think we know the answer to that. That was a nice play by the Raiders.
I think he was talking about Godwin. Now that I think about it, because you and I both thought Marquise Goodwin, and we started laughing.
Yeah.
But
Oh, maybe he means Chris Godwin. That would make more sense.
yeah, Godwin makes more sense. This play did not work.
Chris Godwin, you mean? You put two O's in, Blue Venom. Made us think of Marquise Goodwin.
Who's one of the fastest players in the league. So that's why we were
of all
like
time, yeah.
scoffing at it, because it's like,
well, he's
Marquise
an
Goodwin is-
Olympian. He's an Olympic sprinter. I
yeah.
mean, he also won. They had that race for $1 million. He also won it. To the
Was that last off season or?
yeah, it was. Alvin Kamara had high odds on that, sorry,
which
short
is
odds
so
rather.
silly.
Which he ran a 4.5.
Yeah.
Like every other guy in the competition ran a 4.3.
Well, it just shows you, right? The name recognition is
yes,
where,
exactly.
where people were betting.
I couldn't get money down, but I really wanted to bet on Goodwin. So I'm like, how many guys know how to run a sprinting competition? You know what I mean? Like, it's more to it than
I think he
who's
was
the
like
fastest.
8
You know
to
what
1
I mean?
too. It was something silly like.
Yeah, he was. He was the. He wasn't even the favorite. He was the second favorite.
Yeah, which you and I found strange.
Absolutely insane. They're not playing football. Oh my god, that's 3 flags now against Brown.
This is more like Detroit Lions, take note. Like, this is what you do when you have a struggling offense. Not saying that the Raiders are a struggling offense, but like, you can attack downfield and get these chintzy calls.
Like, that's really hokey.
Brown hooked him, but it's very like, it's so so minimal. It's like a sneaky good defensive play, and I feel like he kind of got jagged.
I think that's really horrible. But that's like, I can think it's horrible, but at least it's consistent. You know what I mean? I've seen this flag all year, right?
Yeah.
So I don't agree with it, but to the letter of the law, as you like to say, it is, right? It is pass interference. I don't like it. I think it's bad for the game, but I can't be mad at it. Do you know what I mean? If I see it called, because at least it's called, right?
Blue Venom, I'm definitely jealous of that turkey. We don't get the good stuff up here in Canada.
Are you a turkey guy?
I enjoy turkey. My favorite part of Thanksgiving is the cranberry sauce, but that's because I'm a kid. Like, I got the palate of a 3-year-old.
You have the palate of a 6-year-old, maybe.
Well, Dallas is more likely to win this game, so if we had to pick at the start of
anymore.
Not anymore, but well, let's take a look. What's the live odds? Dallas is still favored to win, -120, compared to +102, but it's Dallas is supposed to win this game. I know Fat Guy and I both have Raiders, +7, +7.5?
I have Raiders +7.5, and then I have Cowboys -15.5, and then I have if Raiders win, I win a survivor pool. So I don't really know.
Untouchable's a green bean casserole kind of guy. There's so many things I love about Thanksgiving dinner. I love the what is it? Is it sweet potatoes with the marshmallow topping?
You like that?
Oh yeah, that's terrific.
Are you trolling right now?
Not at all. That's
Where have
unreal.
you had this?
A few places. I actually went to. There was a Vegas buffet that had it, and you're
That I
gonna laugh
believe.
at this. What do you think people did with that meal when it would come out at the buffet?
I would think they go all meat.
They would scrape the marshmallows off the top.
What?
Yeah, people were scraping the marshmallows off the top and just eating those, like, because you
They
have to
would.
think like there's kids and stuff there too, right? Like it's not all.
But wouldn't they
It,
like that?
yeah, I guess I don't know.
Okay, hold
It's
on.
funny.
Would they scrape it off with like the buffet spoon or on their plate?
Oh, like
If you use the
they would take the spoon you get at the buffet, and they'd scrape the marshmallows off the top, and they'd
like
put it on
into the
their own plate.
tray.
Yeah, they'd scrape the marshmallows off of the tray onto their plate.
Oh, so they just removed the marshmallows and left the potato.
Yeah, so then you just had like this layer of sweet potato, and that
That'd be
was
the
it.
only. What?
Yeah. I'm trying to. I don't remember what casino it was, because I was a little bit younger, but I just remember being like, it was one of those things. It was like magical, not magical, musical chairs, where like people would get up and like circle the buffet just to see if that was back out. It, it was
What?
an interesting experience.
I would have went pure mac and cheese. I gotta be honest.
Lumal needs 4 locks, fat guy. I'll let you handle that.
Uh, for every lock, there is a key. We can't give. We don't have them. That's not our style, unfortunately. You mean they didn't have the courtesy to put it on their plate first? They had the audacity to leave their remnants in the tray, the steam tray. That's what's perplexing to me.
Yeah,
Like I,
exactly.
you know what I mean? Like I can't believe that. You put on your plate and scrape it off. Like that, I get that. But I would want it without the marshmallows. I'm just surprised.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever had green bean casserole, so that would be
I haven't had it as an adult.
that would be something I'd like to try. Jay, if you want to send us that as well as a cheesesteak, I'll take it any day.
I got kicked out of a Vegas buffet when I was a skinny 13-year-old.
Really?
I oh yeah, I got cut off. So
You got cut off for eating too much or being there
yeah,
too long or
eating too much. Yeah. I ate well that was remember they thought there was something wrong with my thyroid when I was like 13 or 14.
Mhm.
I ate way more than I could now. I swear I ate a whole roast and the guy's like no more for you. Cuz it was prime rib or whatever
Yeah.
and we'd been in the
They'll
car
do that.
for
They'll do that. Like it's can you really hate on a company? Like if
no,
they come in and let you eat whatever you want, like eventually there's a point where it's like, okay, you're done.
no. And then I made this ginormous ice cream and the guy just looked at me like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. At least the ice cream's cheap, right? It's not like if you're
I
eating
ate
an
like
entire
6
roast.
pounds of roast.
Yeah,
I'm not even
that's
joking.
pretty. That could be, that'll add up.
Yeah.
I
That
always love you can go to like the premium buffets. They'll have like crab and stuff. I remember
yeah.
being at this one place and they had Alaskan crab, and
Bellagio?
it wasn't. I want to say it was Green Valley Ranch, but I'm not 100%
Oh,
sure.
right. Yeah. Oh, you
And
get a new strip as much. Yeah.
and there was an older lady, probably like in her late 50s, I'd say early 60s, and she was stuffing Alaskan king crab into her purse.
Oh
It was
my
just
goodness.
it's like you're just gonna walk out with all this king crab, and like those guys they're huge, right? Like those are the ones that are like they'll protrude out of a purse. Let me see if I can find like a picture. You know, it's like
Hold on one sec. Just streaming, babe.
I've got it up on the stream. It's like, you know, ones that are like the size of someone's forearm.
So you saw this? Unfortunate hold there.
Yeah, like all
You
you can
you
do is
saw
just
this live?
yeah, you just watch and you laugh. Like what are you supposed to do? It's not like you're gonna
No,
narc
oh,
on
not do
someone. Like
nothing.
you're just sometimes you just sit back and gotta enjoy what you're seeing.
I remember I went to a buffet and I ate 2 slices of pizza and I left. It was the Mirage. I think I was staying at the Mirage, and like I had played poker for 24 hours, probably 26 hours,
Yeah.
and there were some guys I knew online. Like we used to play the same games on Full Tilt Poker from Finland, and they had a suite because it takes like I think 24 hours they were explaining for them to get to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? And travel, so you might as well stay. So they had like a ridiculous suite. So we partied in the suite, and I'm like, I have to eat. I haven't eaten in over a day, like probably 33 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just hungover and like just the worst. And I decide I'm gonna have a buffet at the hotel. And then I get there and I look like what happened. Bags under my eyes, dark face, and there's kids running around screaming, and I'm like, and there's families eating like breakfast buffet, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm the biggest loser in the world. So I tried to like hide in the corner and eat 2 or 3 slices of pizza and then left. It was such a good walk of shame. Life is excellent at that though, like reminding you like you overdid this.
Yeah.
Here's a real bad reminder. In Vegas being so dark, I love that moment where like you're gambling all night and you don't realize that all this time's passed. Then you step out and like, you know, it's bright sunshine. You're like, oh, geez.
Yeah. That's the one cool thing about Vegas is if you stay in those hotels long enough, like you have no clue what it's like outside.
Oh, just... concept of time? No.
Yeah. The you can get some great meals in Vegas. Like actually one of the best meals I ever had was at the El Cortez just coffee shop. Cheap and good. Like it just I don't know, like there's a lot of good places.
There is, and you would know better than I, but I remember I played poker at the Venetian back in the day. 100 tables, best in the world. There was that it wasn't Cheesecake Factory, it was something else, but they had this weird tiny boutique restaurant across from it that was open till 4:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I forget what it was called. It was the greatest. And then the Venetian also had or the Palazzo had a Ely Gothy. Man, I miss that.
I think you might be talking about like the Grand Lux or something like that.
I think that's it.
Or the Grand Cafe. It's essentially just a Cheesecake Factory. Like it's the exact same thing. The what else is there? There's the pepper. I forget if it's called Peppermill or Pepperdine, but it's like a breakfast place. You know, you can get a pretty decent meal for like $10 in Vegas.
That's amazing.
I want to go back to Fremont Street so I can check out Circa and their sports book. It looks like a fun place or interesting place to check out.
Dude, did you see that pocket step up?
Yeah.
By Dak?
Dak is such a great player. Unfortunate drop there from Schultz. I just want to see where this ball hits Schultz. Oh, it hits him right in the chest. They always like to highlight the glare at this Cowboys stadium, and it's...
How would you not consider this in your design?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's just bizarre. Maybe it's not as bad when you're on the field. I don't know. We've seen guys lose track of the ball though, like a bomb. I don't know if Roma was my favorite Blue Venom. I got to be real here, but like,
It's pretty weak competition as far as color commentary goes in the
sure.
NFL. Like,
Yes.
it's him and Chris Collingsworth. Those are like the two guys that are prominent. Like, or you're talking about now you're getting into like the Talibs, the
Yeah, right.
Adam Archuleta. Like, who else is there? Who do you actually like that's a color commentator?
I
There's
don't.
not very many.
Ryan Gracie, I can't stand it.
No. Parsons blowing this play
Parsons
up.
with a sack. I don't know about that.
Parsons has just been unreal, man. Just so much fun watching him play. Just so explosive off the line. Like, he just seems way faster than
Yeah.
almost anyone you've ever seen rush the passer. At
I
least
guess
like
there's a
recently.
receiver.
Yeah, he threw it to Morrow's feet.
Bro, he's fine. Yeah. I can't believe he didn't get a sack there though. I think your favorite is Bill Walton. I haven't heard him in forever, at least to my recollection. And it's if he's called a game and I haven't noticed, that's probably a good thing.
Well, Bill Walton does this like college basketball. Like,
Yeah.
I haven't watched a college basketball game in a long
I
time.
don't know if there was crossover. He does like a really garbage like I don't know.
He did-
Browns Bills 2007 game.
Maybe. Like, he did he was doing NBA, but I feel like that was like 10 plus years ago.
Well, he played in the NBA. Like I hope he's done NBA.
Oh my god. Yeah.
He was really good too, dude.
Yeah.
You see, remember those chops he had? Those Wolverine mutton chops.
Yeah, he was I actually listened to like a
This is
roundtable
getting
type
crazy.
NBA podcast
Yeah.
on TNT, and it was, I forget if it was for the top 50 or just recently on the top 75. But a lot of players were surprisingly against him being in the top 50, and
Why?
because of his longevity. Because they're talking about guys who didn't make it and should be on, and he was one of the first names where a few of the guys wanted him to be off, just because his career was cut short. Like, his career was very impressive when he was at his peak, but you know.
He didn't play very long.
Yeah,
I don't know about him. So
I'll pull up his.
did you just see that hold? That was weak sauce. Too many weak sauce here against the holy 99. There's been a few bad penalties against the Cowboys so far.
I used
They're
to really
going the letter of the law.
like Blue Venom. I liked Walton, but like I liked Walton when I was younger, like more in my like adolescence, and then I know now like a lot of people really don't like him. Like, I don't know if it's just his like wonky style, but I haven't listened to him in a while, so I don't know like how he's changed.
Who do you play for? The Trailblazers in the box?
Blazers. I don't know who SDC is, but he played for SDC, and then he played for the Clippers, and then Boston. But it was really only his first 4 years where he was like a force to be reckoned with. Because in Portland, he averaged 17 points and 13 rebounds a game, which was
the double-double.
Which was like really, really good at that time. But then he picked up a foot injury, and he just wasn't the same player ever since then.
Yeah, play 27 made. Wow.
And then they were comparing Bill Walton's career to like someone like Grant Hill's, where it's like Grant Hill was like, he was like the guy for a few years, but then picked up an injury, and so they were just, and I think Hill was on the panel, so they were all like, you know, if Hill, you know, if Hill's not on, but Walton's on, like, I don't know, it's just a weird one.
Zay Jones, holy smokes, penalties here.
Didn't Luke just get fired?
Pardon me?
I think Luke
Walton
Walton just got fired. I think he was like the Sacramento Kings.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he did.
Did Wow, man, Parsons is pretty quick, man. It's a He's got good burst, as they they like to say.
Oh,
Howard,
it's
there's
impressive.
this is the part I don't get though about zone. Oh no, Waller, that's bad for the Raiders. The um, you have four guys rushing. That means you have seven back. How is their best receiver?
Like wide open in the middle of the field.
It's exactly where I'm getting with that. Like, I hope he's not.
But that's
hurt.
where like the zone stuff we don't like.
But I mean, can't you do a zone hybrid like the Patriots kind of do?
Well, I watched some Patriots defensive film thanks to Kurt Warner.
Sorry, can you repeat that again, please? I didn't hear you.
I said I got to watch some defensive analysis of the Patriots. Really nice cut from Jacobs.
Jacobs, yeah.
The so Kurt Warner does a show on YouTube where he talks about mostly quarterbacks, but he did a breakdown of the Patriots defense after, I forget what game it was, but they had a really impressive defensive game. Let me just pull up their recent games so I can tell you which one it was. It might have been the Falcons game, their last game, where they won 25-0.
Yeah. It was 35. Oh, yeah, right. They scored. I thought it was 25.
2-5.
Yeah.
The oh, Blue Venom said he's played basketball with Kurt at his house here in Arizona. That's awesome. Kurt Warner seems like a really, really like nice guy to be around.
I mean, Kurt Warner though came from nothing though. Like,
yeah,
Kurt Warner is a true like Joe to hero, like the complete. Didn't he work at a grocery store for a while when he was trying to become a quarterback? He played in NFL Europe, and then he's like the best player in the league. Like, come on, it doesn't get better than that.
And then I was watching a documentary on him recently. So he was the Super Bowl MVP in his first like actual year playing.
Well, yeah, he was a third string quarterback.
That's super cool to hear that. So he did a breakdown on the Patriots defense, and he pretty much talked about, like, this is something that we know, but it's just nice to hear it from like a
to confirm from a source.
Yeah, but he talked about how the Patriots look for smart veteran players that have a lot of versatility, and he essentially said that it allows for the Patriots to be very like versatile with what they do on defense and be very fluid with like what's going to give them the best chance to win that game. And he highlighted by like there was lots of stunts, like lots of things to kind of trick the O-line, at least against Atlanta, because when you think of Atlanta's O-line, it's not exactly strong. So they made the game like as hard as possible on them. And then they just talked about how they would
that might be a team where interior pressure is more important, and you kind of look at like Christian Barmore has been a really big force for that team.
Yeah. Well, they also design like there's a lot of stuff that's like pressure by design, right? It's not like it's like, oh, we need Yannick Ngakoue or Micah Parsons.
Yeah. But it helps when you have like a linchpin. Almost, you know what I mean?
That Kurt Warner movie is going to be cool. That'd be a fun one to watch. So the other thing they talked about is like the versatility of like Judon, and I forget who the other defensive end is. But it was talking about like if a running back goes to the flat on that side, it's pretty much guaranteed that outside like linebacker or pass rusher is going to follow him. So it's like there's just little things like that. So knowing that, it's going to be harder to do a check down on them. but then also
and
like
and your quick options are drying up fast too.
yeah, and that
Okay, hold
and
on,
then
go ahead.
it like talking about like now as the offensive line, do you slide your pressure then if you have a back releasing one way? Like there's all these like little games inside of the game, right? Because at any time they can just be neutral and just rush him, right, and not follow him out or and they just showed like how they bring guys on blitzes and they're dropping defensive linemen back. Like essentially, they make life as hard as possible on the other team's offense and quarterback.
Now, if you knew someone was that like, if they were that organized, let's call it, couldn't you adjust your hot read to like something more difficult, like downfield? I mean, it would be more risky, but it'd probably be the better move because like the standard progression like seems built like for that to fail.
Well, I think I, f- I forget where I heard this, but like a lot of off like most defenses will win like in the first 2-3 seconds of a play, but if it gets past that like I forget what the exact threshold. It's like 3 or 4 seconds. Like the offense just has such an advantage.
That well, it's yeah, because you can't hold
Well,
like
like as a secondary, like you're only built to
can't
cover for a few seconds, and then you know
yeah
if J.C. Jackson has to do man coverage for 8 seconds, like he's probably not going to win
yeah. Well,
those
that's
eight
anybody.
seconds
It's not
every
just
single
J.C.
down.
Jackson. He's a great corner,
Yeah.
and he's a system corner too, much like Gilmore was. Even though Gilmore was drafted by Buffalo, um, how do
Well,
I put
system
this?
corner's rough, right? Like if they're going to put them in their best, whatever the best way is for them to succeed, they're probably going to be put in that spot at least on a Belichick run team. Did the Raiders settle for a field goal on that last drive?
Yes, they did.
That's rough. That Schultz drop was a pretty big play in
Yeah,
this game, like
pretty
early on.
significant. Yeah. And a lot of offensive those kind of penalties have actually hurt the Cowboys pretty bad today. Like, what
Yeah,
three pass
defensively,
interference?
so many.
Yeah, and don't forget there's that hold on the big Tony Pollard run that almost went to the house. Like, that sort of stuff. The perhaps in a different branch, that decision to not challenge that too.
Oh,
Which
definitely.
at least that's like how much is on them. Those penalties are really chintz, but like they are the rules and they have been called this year. You know what I mean? Like, I'd like to cry about him, but it would just be a lie, right?
That was a really, really big hit by Perriman. I'm wondering if that's
I think they are.
getting called.
Just I always hate this stuff. What is defenseless? They're nodding all in agreement. See, why is it a discussion too? Oh man, that guy looks like a Dick Tracy character. Did he hit him in the head?
Yeah.
I guess. You know what I always like? The wording. Unnecessary roughness. So isn't roughness the whole game? Like, I guess you can be cruel, but not unnecessarily cruel. So you can be a sadist, but you can't be the Marquis de Sade.
Well, it's interesting, right? Like a game that's built on violence and aggression, like it really does have like a gentlemanly, you know,
Not like rugby.
not like rugby, but
Not like rugby, but yeah, okay.
it's policed by
Whereas
the referees.
I could argue the dirtiest sport is soccer, to be honest. So
It's
because you get away with it, you can
it's
just
not even
cry
close.
foul.
It's
What?
just not even close.
I would know. I was a very dirty player. Like
Yeah, like it's just
sticking
on
your
a
knee
whole
out,
another.
stepping on people. Oh, I felt like every team had one though. You know what I mean? The guy that's gonna do something bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a weird game so far, Jay.
It's good for your Raiders plus 7.5 though. That's been a good start for that. The live line's Raiders -3. Oh, that's just a
Cedric
miscommunication there from Wilson.
They had that.
Well, he was wide
Where are
open in
they?
the middle of the field, so
That would have been a really big gain.
I don't think they quite made field goal territory, so
You should go for it then.
41. Like this is pretty much the spot on the field where you do want to go for it. Even from 7 yards out. But they're kicking a 59-yarder?
Is this the worst decision? It might be.
Yeah, I'll pull up the fourth down bot after. We'll see what it says. But you have Greg Zuerlein on your roster specifically for these kind of scenarios.
Nope.
That thing
It's
would have been
supposed
good
to
from like 66. That thing hit like halfway up on the post. Let's pull up the fourth down bot and see what it says.
My American friends here and I are celebrating Thanksgiving and we're a busy work day today. Doesn't Friday seem like a better day for that? I never understood why. I guess Canadians have way more holidays than Americans, so it's not even close. But why isn't the Monday after Super Bowl Sunday a national holiday? I don't get that one. And shouldn't Thanksgiving be Thursday, Friday? I don't know. If you're gonna do it on a Thursday, like, do you really want someone coming into work and paying them after a Thanksgiving day? I can't imagine productivity doesn't have a downward trend line.
So go for it. 36% win percentage. Punt 33. Field goal 32. So field goal was the worst decision.
We were both right. We're getting good at this. Hey, Pig Rye?
Yeah, but also Vegas, they lost 3% kicking the field goal rather than going for it on their 4th and 4.
So at a glance, it's possible that the Cowboys are +2 in win probability from a fourth down decision making process.
It's the same.
Oh, it is the same?
Yeah, but actually, like,
oh, right, the punt.
Like if you take the results in, it's a big loss for Dallas, because
Cowboys.
they missed the field goal.
Yeah. Oh right. Forgot about Black Friday. Mind you, then that strengthens the case because then if you do need them to work, the people in retail, you should get more for a day like that. Not that not that I'm anything but a capitalist, but I can understand that. There's a holiday once a month in Canada, Jackson, where we live. Once a month. I don't even know them all. There's one in February. It's February called Family Day, and you get paid not to go to work. It hasn't applied to Big Ryan and I for many years, but what's the November holiday? Oh yeah, Remembrance Day.
Remembrance Day. Your
The
favorite?
11th. It is my favorite. Yeah, it's my favorite. Probably my favorite day of the year. Favorite holiday, that's for sure.
That's a fumble.
Raiders got it.
Fortunate for them. Was that Parsons who made that play? I didn't get to see it from the start.
So. This has been a very, very
eventful game.
It run good for the Raiders so far.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. Is it a bank holiday once a month? Yeah, I guess that's a way of calling it. Yeah. Yeah, that would be the way to call it for sure. I'm trying to think of all the days. January's New Year's. I always like the high neck piece from Van Der Esch. Makes you think of like older linebackers.
It makes me think of the guy in the Little Giants.
Oh yeah, Spike.
Yeah.
I was so scared of him when I was younger. Now I realize I can kick his ass.
To go on the record, I was never scared of any of the Little Giants, even as a kid. But hey.
Oh, all right, tough guy, cool it. You rolling up your Marlboros in your white shirt?
Yeah. I love camels. Beautiful catch from.
They're calling this a catch. There's a flag though.
From the hotel destroyer himself, Zay Jones. This has got to be coming back.
That's a bad one. Is this Leatherwood?
Yeah. Hasn't been a strong rookie campaign for Leatherwood, but he's on the field, so.
Sorry, I didn't repeat what you just said.
I said it hasn't been a strong rookie campaign for Alex Leatherwood, but he's still on the field, so he's still playing. He's still getting snaps, so.
I want to see his catch again.
It almost looks like his right foot came up before he made the catch, but
he mentioned it, but I didn't. I kind of I was in the middle of a tangent as I tend to do. I was a fan of Jurassic Park in 1995. I think that's the last time I actually watched it. I always thought it was stupid after the first movie I thought was amazing when I was a kid, and it made me like dinosaurs. And there's a place called Drumheller in Alberta, which is a province next door, and they have maybe the biggest dinosaur archaeology that maybe museum, I guess is the word, or natural dinosaur archaeology available. But anyways, as a kid, I always thought it was stupid that they had sequels because I'm like, how could they have another park after the first disaster?
yeah.
This is, I didn't have a suspension of disbelief about it. I ruined a lot of movies for myself when I was a kid thinking like that.
Was it Ezekiel Elliott, I think, that hopped into that thing?
Which?
Well, Untouchable Jay said, was it T.O. that jumped into the Salvation Army bucket after a touchdown? For some reason, I feel like it was
I thought
Ezekiel
it was
Elliott.
Elliot. That sounds like Elliot.
Seahawks fan asks, "Have you guys seen that Jurassic Park cat video on YouTube?" I have not.
No. Do you like eggnog?
I do. I do. But it's one of those things like I'll have it once a year and I'm good.
No.
You know, it's in April. I'm not like, man, I wish I had some eggnog right now.
That's fair.
Jay said he just saw the trailer for the new Jurassic Park and said it looks awesome.
I'm pretty sure when I have kids, I'm gonna have to. I'll definitely turn the corner on it. I think.
Yeah. Are you going to be watching Disney movies, or is there going to be a continued Disney ban?
I, that's a big question here. Oh yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch Disney movies when I was a kid. My dad thought it would make me wimpy, so I don't know if I'm going to carry the tradition on with my child, incoming child. So we'll see. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that to a kid though. My dad was pretty rough with that kind of stuff.
I need to see a list of Disney movies to really.
Do I get Touchstone Pictures? Can we extend to that?
Well, is Home Alone a Disney movie?
No.
I'm just seeing that the new Home
the
Sweet
new one
Home
is.
Alone is.
I don't know if I've ever actually seen The Lion King. I've caught in a lot of flack for not seeing it in its entirety. I know Jeremy Irons is Scar. What a voice. Oh, this might be a touchdown. Oh, they made a new Lion King? Is it a live action?
I'm looking through all the Disney movies.
Squid Game's overrated. I never watched it, so I can't really comment. Big Rye did. I think Big Rye liked it.
I enjoy Squid Games.
Dude, Musburger with the backwards Raiders hat.
Really?
Wow.
I missed
Yeah,
that. Oh
you
man.
did.
There's a lot of Disney movies. This is a pretty lengthy list. There's a lot of Touchstone ones now. Now that we're hitting 86, like the Ernest movies are pretty good.
Ernest or Disney movie? I didn't know that.
At least Ernest Goes to Camp says it was a Disney
Well,
movie.
it's probably, I would imagine, the canon.
Cocktail.
Oh, Cocktail.
I've never actually seen Cocktail, so. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids was a Disney movie, apparently. Pretty Woman.
Wow. Well, those are Touchstone. Those are Touchstone, like I mentioned, right?
Well, it's got them in the.
Because I asked if the Touchstone was in it specifically.
This is, as a kid, this might have been my favorite one. DuckTales the movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp, but that's as a kid.
Well, Korea caught a lot of let's call it like people are willing to take chances with their time on Korean products or Korean entertainment because of Parasite. I would say I saw Parasite in theaters and I thought it was fantastic. I think I gave it a 9 on my IMDb, maybe an 8. It was really, really good, I thought. There's other ones too. There's Memories of a Murder. Same director, I think, too, from before. There's some really quality things. International, if you like film, international movies tend to be a lot better than Hollywood ones. Just because the story is so much better, because they can't invest in anything else but the story. So you tend to get a better one, right? So anyways, that's my opinion on it. I mean, indie films, and it's not like such a pretentious ass, but like indie films and foreign films just focus on story, right? Whereas how hard could it really be to write a superhero movie? Like, I feel it's $100 script.
I got to see the backwards Raiders hat. I also like that Jackson said he's in favor of making an animated version of The Room.
That's great. No, you do? I love this idea. You do an animated version, but then this is what you do. You Tommy Wiseau reprises his role as the voice. I can't even remember his character's name. And then everybody else is a like some sort of very obvious celebrity. And then the director is the guy who plays Mark, or his friend or whatever that helped him write it.
So far out of this list, I think I'm going with the Mighty Ducks.
Really?
Yeah, well, like it's tough, right? Like there's like Father of the Brides here, Mighty Ducks.
You like DUI redemption stories?
Of who doesn't? You always think of like the classics, right? There's like Aladdin and Sleeping Beauty and Lion King and those ones. Like I know those are the ones that you weren't allowed to watch because they're incredibly dangerous.
And I think that was when my dad blew his top. I think that was the movie. He was not a fan of me watching it because of the wimpiness. Jackson, yeah, I've seen The Host many times. It's great. It's fantastic. It reminds me of the same directorial style of something like District 9. And I saw District 9 with the lowest of expectations. And we got a touchdown here from Tony Pollard. Fantastic. Did he get in?
It looked like he was a little bit short live, but yeah. I don't know how that guy called it a touchdown, but hey. The Homeward Bound. What else do we have here? Cool Runnings.
Cool Runnings is such a good movie with tons of replay value. John Candy's so good, though. What was I going to say about District 9? I always liked it because I remember Avatar came out, and I just, like, wasn't into it. And I thought, like, man, you spent that much on a movie when District 9 was, like, $30 million, and it was very entertaining. Like, and they just used instead of using Hollywood actors, like they just used talented foreign actors, and you got the story communicated very, very well. It was clean. It's a great. I like it. I think it's a good uh, um, example of like movie economics.
Here's another one. Angels in the Outfield.
I liked that movie as a kid. That one we had it on VHS. I think that was sports related, so that fit into the bucket I was allowed. Finch looks great, fat guy. Sorry, what do you mean by Finch? Is it a new movie coming out? Oh, there's an Elliott touchdown.
It's hard to go against Toy Story. Toy Stories are pretty classic and still hold up.
I think I saw the first one, but none of them after that.
What doesn't hold up? The Aristocats.
Is that the one with the spaghetti thing?
I just know there was like a pretty racist song in Aristocats. Kazam
Oh,
is another one. 101 Dalmatians. Con Air.
Con Air. That's a touchstone for sure.
Flubber. Man, it would take you forever just to watch through all these Disney movies. Never mind that. There was The Water Boy. A Bug's Life.
All right, that's enough.
10 Things I Hate About You.
But that's 10 Things I Hate About You, I think, is a remake of Taming of the Shrew.
Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo. Gone in 60 Seconds. Remember the Titans. I think we've had enough of these, right?
Oh, yeah. That's all right, Seahawks. I mean, it is what it is. I don't have to be an expert on everything we talk about. I always say that, like, when someone says, "Oh man, you know a lot about stuff," and I'm like, "Yeah, because we only talked about things that I know about." You know, you sound really great when you only talk about stuff that you know about. That's why listening can be a lot more fun, especially at a party. What would be the most interesting person to talk to at a party? Aside from like some government agent, like probably like a dentist or something. I don't know.
What?
Or some sort of weird, yeah,
A dentist?
some sort of weird medical profession. I don't know anything about the medical profession, and I'd like to hear stories about weird people doing weird stuff. Hey, have a good one, Blue Venom. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. The a dentist? Man.
You wouldn't want to talk to. You wouldn't want to
no.
understand a dentist.
No. Really, a dentist? Out of everything you could choose, you chose a dentist?
It would be that or like an ER doctor or something. I don't know. It'd be something like that.
ER doctor 1,000 times better than a dentist. Like,
I don't know. I'm curious about the business of dentistry because I read that it's the best. Like even bad dentists make $250,000 a year. So I always think that's like a interesting like business.
yeah. Well, yeah, but you just said who's the most interesting person to talk to at a party, and you chose
Well,
dentist.
I'd like to. Yeah, maybe they're gonna have weird stories too. Come on now.
Oh man, a dentist life is like it's boring,
I guess
man.
and they have a
It's
high
super
suicide
boring.
rate. I don't
the
know.
if you met dentists, like, no offense to any dentists watching, but
I don't know
not
one.
exactly a personality plus. But you
I
like
knew.
hanging out. You enjoy hanging out with me, so that explains all you need to know about you.
Yeah. Well, I knew one dentist, and the only time we had a full conversation is he asked me 1,000 questions about gambling.
Yeah.
So it was more about me answering. Like I didn't. I was just volleying. I never got to serve. Right.
So you go to a party, there's Geraldo Bob, and there's a dentist. You'd rather talk to the dentist?
Yeah, but Harala Bob, I'm gonna ask him annoying questions that people ask me. Like it's just shit running downhill. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
You know,
you
and I'm
would
gonna
choose
ask
the
technical
dentist.
stuff. I theoretically, I if I wasn't trying to advance my career, if we're gonna call it that, then yes, for pure interest, yeah, but I know nuance to Harala Bob's stuff, so I think that I would have good questions. He wouldn't think so. He would find my questions very boring because he's probably heard them, right?
How about a
But
guy like Belichick?
yeah, see, I'm intertwined though. It's an interest, you know. I don't know. All right. Let's put it this way: a politician, I would much rather talk to a
Well,
dentist.
between a politician and a dentist?
100%.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know anything about really like inner workings of political science. Yeah, if the Beto O'Rourke was there and a dentist, I'm going to talk to the dentist. I only use Beto O'Rourke because Mickey had a picture with him.
Shots fired.
Well, I was trying to find a common ground here, one that we could all think of.
Yeah. I didn't know this, but I found out that Ted Cruz was born in Canada.
Yeah, that's why Trump called them the Canadians. Him and Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio's Canadian as well.
I don't know. There's some sort of Canadian connection. It was just It's like what all politicians do is they pick some. They attack character. They never attack arguments. Oh yeah, well this guy is this. They do that every time. That's why I find them incredibly boring. Oh, okay, Jay's got one. A mortician. There you go.
See,
that's a fun one.
A mortician, more interesting than a dentist.
Okay, I can agree with that. That makes sense. See, we're tickling because I don't know anything about the embalming process. I know zero about it. I didn't even understand how the funeral business works and what the margins are and how well you probably make a lot of money. Like
the funeral
that,
business
dignity,
is nuts.
It has to be, right?
I had a family member pass away a few years ago, and I had to do some of that stuff, and it's unreal. Like, it's just unreal. They bring you in and try to sell you. They try to upsell based off of grief and stuff, and it's just it's absolutely disgusting.
Evil, but you almost like it. It's so bad.
No, it's so cringy and so it's unreal. It's a very weird thing. But I find that about like a lot of sales type stuff. Like it's so disingenuous and
mechanics, please. My favorite was I got my car fixed one time, and they had I got my brakes fixed, and they did a brake check, and I'd been to this place before, and they showed me my brake like they show you how much is left on your brake tread or whatever, and my brakes drastically went from 85% to 10% in 6 months, and my rear brakes went from 65% to 80%. So I went down dramatically on one, and somehow I gained on another. And I argued that I wouldn't have had to fix if they properly assessed my brakes in the first place. I wouldn't have to get new rotors and stuff like that. And I actually won, and they sent me a check so I got about half my money. I still got jagged, but I never went back. But that was bad.
That's interesting. Oh, the wedding stuff too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I know. My wife and I still to this day always have arguments about photography and wedding photography.
Yeah.
Because it's just essentially her point is that the part that we disagree is that I feel like almost anyone could be a wedding photographer, and she feels the exact opposite. But that's just.
Well, that was the only thing. That was one of the not the only thing. That was one of the things you focused on budget-wise, wasn't it?
Well, it's just unfortunately for us, that is one of the only things we had to focus on budget wise, and it's just
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
when you're paying like $3,000-4,000 for someone to take pictures for a day, and then I don't know, and then they talk about editing, but like pretty much any program can edit photos. Like it's a one click type thing. So I find it very very easy, but it's it's something that everyone has different value, right? Art's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah. And and going back to mortician, another, yeah, personally, caskets can be like $25,000 and like
Oh,
more. I
it's
can't
crazy.
even. When I heard that one, I was like, dude, it's a carved box, and they probably just mass machine them. You know, catering's a tough job though, Jay. It's not easy. Like, because you're always like, it's like guerrilla style. You're always in weird areas or transporting things. I think you earn your keep catering. I really do.
It's still a
It's
very
still,
lucrative
it
business.
can be, yeah, but you can complain more about like catering too. Like I don't know. I find that to be work though, right? Like, okay, so you want a good meal cooked for tons of people in a bizarre location. Like,
Well, starting a catering company is like that's daunting.
oh, dude, I
Like
would
to
want to. Are
start
you
from square one,
crazy? Are you
but
crazy?
a sustained like a business that's already going, like to sustain
Yeah,
it can't be that
I
it
guess if you
can't
have a
be that
menu
hard.
of, well, when don't you have like a menu nailed down and you don't like specialize too much, maybe. I don't know. It just seems like if you have to make everything in house, it's like impossible. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds to me very difficult. I wouldn't want to do it.
I've seen like a move more to having food trucks than catering, but I guess it depends on how big the event is. I'll be back. I nature calls.
Weddings don't even exist really anymore. Party rentals seems like a good business. There's a big Indian a community where we live, like close by, and they rent tents for like weeks and like other stuff, and they pay big dollars. That seems like a really good business. Happy Thanksgiving, Zaps. Make this apple cider near where I live, and it's so good. Yeah, I was on Lions plus 3.5, so that worked out. What's the score? 17-14, 17-13, 17-13. How do they judge who? This is kind of like a semicircle. And who we got? Phil Simms, James Brown, who never played professionally, at least as far as I know. And then you have Bill Cowher, and then Nate Burleson, and Boomer Esiason. Like, so Bill Cowher's the prominent guy in the middle. I don't know. It seems like a weak crew for the most part. Or wouldn't like Phil Simms have more in? Like, he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I guess what does that really mean? And I don't know. Quarterbacks in the '80s, was Boomer Esiason more prolific? I guess he went to a Super Bowl with the Bengals. My cousin, we had this play. We were a kid, and the kids had to wear football jerseys for some reason because it was an American play. Not that I didn't even know what football was when I was a kid. And then my cousin played, and he was a Jets fan. He still is. A horrible gambler. He lent me his Boomer Esiason jersey. I used to wear it in school all the time. And that was my nickname in elementary school, is Boomer. Guess it didn't age well, eh? That's Big Rye blowing out his O-ring. Holy. A lot of commercials with women with shaved head. I don't know. Why is that? Why is that? I hope that's not a trend. I guess what do I care? I'm engaged. She definitely doesn't have a shaved head. Oh right, they have a. Is there a halftime ceremony? I guess so. I think it was a. That's another thing they're doing. They're talking about charities, the Salvation Army. Man, some of those charities, CEOs are getting like 8 figures. I think the cancer one is that bad. Maybe it's not 8 figures, but it's like $8 million, something gross like that. Why would I want to pay admin for that? Like, it's such a de-incentivizing thing to get. Whereas Salvation Army, I read somewhere that like the Canadian wing of it's only like 30 grand. All right, you can take over, Big Rye. I gotta make my trip.
All right, sounds good. Oh, we're getting a live performance here uh, from Luke Combs, whoever that is. Yeah, focusing like weddings, you can just charge more, right? Like I have to imagine it's hard to charge as much for a party as it is for a wedding. Happy Turkey Day, fellas. Hey, Zaps. You had the Lions +3. Nice. And hoping for Raiders +8. Nice job. I ended up with the Bears -2, so I ended up with a push on the early game. And then I ended up with Raiders +7. I did not do a good job line shopping. But so far, so good. I see Cowboys -2.5 live. I'm guessing we're getting an extended halftime with this performance, which I don't know what I was expecting. It's Thanksgiving. This is what they do every Thanksgiving. There was 100,000 bets plus on this game, which is interesting to note. 102,099. Unless my eyes are mistaking me here, it looks like the Bills are up to 7-point favorites against the Saints. Oh boy. 90,000 bets placed on this game. Everybody on the Bills. Despite all the money being on the Bills and all the bets, it's actually telling me to take the Bills against the spread. So I might just leave that next game alone. We'll see. So if I remember correctly, Dallas started with the ball. So the Raiders should be getting it. The Saints have 14 players out. Let me take a look. Let's see here. So Mark Ingram's out. Tony Jones will be the Saints' primary ball carrier. And Ty Montgomery will mix in for passing downs. Davenport's ruled out. Kamara's not going to play. Adam Troutman on IR. They signed Kevin White. That's not a good sign. Let's see if our lads has any more info. Will Lutz, Andreas Pete, Adam Troutman, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Winston, Michael Thomas all out. Then on top of that, no Ingram, no Kamara. Is Taysom Hill starting? Is Taysom Hill playing? I guess that's the first place to start. Has Taysom Hill been playing? For some reason, I feel like he's been out. So he missed last week. I don't think the inactives are out, right? It's 3:25 the next game. An hour and a half. What time does kickoff? So we'll know who's inactive in like half an hour or so. They have James Hurst starting at left tackle. And Calvin Throckmorton, I haven't even heard of him. Well, maybe that's why all these market indicators are pointing towards taking the Bills. Because I thought for the contest, this line was closer to like 4.5. Yeah, it was 4.5 for the contest. Fat Guy and I are on the Saints, so we're on the wrong side of it. At least in the contest. And then Saints +7, -112 currently at Pinnacle. Let's see if there's any notable players out for the Bills. Zach Moss is going to be a healthy scratch. So we're going to get Matt Breida versus Tony Jones at running back, it looks like. It doesn't seem like the Bills are missing nearly the same amount of players as the Saints for this game. But the Bills are on a little bit of a skid, aren't they? Well, they lost to the Colts and the Jags and the Titans, so they're actually 2-3 in their last 5. The AFC is tight. I got a feeling halftime is, yeah, it looks like it's going to be over pretty soon. So this game's going to be starting back up. Sorry for all the dead air, guys. Not exactly the most exciting halftime here. And Matt Patricia joining us again. That pencil is such a nice touch.
Oh yeah.
8 completions for Carr in that first half, but they were a productive 8 completions.
Eight completions and you're winning. That's a good thing.
Yeah. I can't remember if you said this or if someone mentioned it in chat, but it's just so funny to think that Mike McCarthy's in the running for Coach of the Year.
I think I said it, but I wasn't like the originator of it. But
because if you think spread-wise, they're one of the top spread teams this season, and that's kind of the best, to me, one of the best indicators for Coach of the Year. Waller in street clothes, so it doesn't look like he's coming back. I don't know what Wolfson talked about.
She said he was still in the locker room, and then that happened. Where is he down?
That was a generous spot, it felt like.
Yeah. He might not have got touched, though. It was lucky for the Cowboys that he slipped.
Yeah, it looked like a generous spot. It looks like they like split the difference.
There's a book, Never Split the Difference.
And they get the stop early on, so this game kind of flipped now. It's in Dallas's control. At least possession-wise. With whenever they have that like single coverage for the gunner, doesn't it feel like there should be a fake, like more fake punts?
Yeah. Who started that fight?
It's hard to tell.
Like how Clellan Farrell's playing special teams. Dude, that's all the guy in the Raiders.
Yeah, he like hooked him.
I put a lot of sriracha on that. Woo-wee. Oh, he's got one of those magnet bracelets like old guys do when they buy it on the shopping network.
He looks like he should be running like a one-man security team at a facility where you'd pay monthly to leave your stuff. A storage facility.
Or he's like security at like a filming lot.
Yeah. Oh, he got cut.
Or a Dick Tracy character.
I just he might be a terrific ref. I feel like there should be like a certain age range for referees.
Yeah. We talked about that a few streams ago. Soccer, it's 50.
Well, I feel like we're just beating a dead horse because with soccer, the training is just so... It's pretty intense to be a soccer referee.
Well, European refs are really good. And I would arguing like reffing soccer is a lot harder. You got one guy. Well, 4. 2 linesmen, a time judge, and you.
It's just tough based off of how much field you have to cover, really. I remember like you and I played soccer, and like we would have games where like the referee wouldn't leave the center circle. Like those, to me, that was the best.
Oh yeah.
Like literally walking, 15 yards, 20 yards, and that's about it. Either way.
Well, usually the lazy refs favored me, so I never minded.
Yeah.
The in-depth refs never liked me. Never, especially because they're usually skinny guys and short. Never liked me. So the circle refs, he's just big. That was my favorite. He can't help himself. He's clumsy and big.
Yeah.
I like how big was like 6'5", 6'6", 220, 230.
Well, in soccer terms, that is very big.
Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, like, it's not like that heavy. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, no one was saying, "Hey, cover the fat guy."
Yeah, no, but like, I don't know. It's just,
hey, watch out for that big, disgusting pig of a man.
The grossest fat guy I know. That movie's priceless. It got a 4K version got put on YouTube, or so it claims.
Yeah, and there's also a commentary
Ludwig
and stuff. Look at this. They've got this guy's gonna need to get
skin graft,
HIV test after the game. A skin graft.
Dude,
Pollard
he got punched in the face.
Well, I was gonna say, like, he runs very, very hard, but like the ball is exposed. Did Teamer get thrown for?
Yeah, they both did.
Yeah, they both got.
Yeah,
I think that Dallas guy got jagged.
Yeah, he did.
Raiders in man. Oh, no, they're not. They're in zone. Faked me out.
I feel like Prescott knows how to like engineer things on the fly, but like the skill position guys are like just a little bit too slow. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm sorry, but Jay, just the comment of the night so far. Well, they had 20 minutes to draw that play up, right?
Yeah,
and that's what they get.
Yeah. Well, it's, to be fair, it's their second play, but yes.
It looked like that was an illegal formation on the offense because they had both guys lined up on the line of scrimmage on the bottom of the camera.
What
But
are the chances they convert this?
uh,
38?
28, 33%. It's probably 36 then.
Yeah, okay.
It's actually probably higher.
Eh,
It's probably like low 40s. Like the there's a flag
that's a
on
flag.
that, so it's going to
Yeah.
be a first down. It's
Casey Hayward is like a criminally underrated guy over his career. Like he's been like a contending top slot corner in the NFL his entire career, and he's never really got the recognition for it.
yeah. He did get there early.
No, it actually was they called a hold, so it wasn't even that guy.
You can kind of get a picture of like what the chance is to convert on 3rd and 10 by using NEA.
That's a good point. It doesn't give you a distribution really though.
No, but that's, you can kind of infer it. Like it might be too simplistic to just say like, because there's no one over 10. So
Yeah.
each drop back, the average guy, it's like 7, 8, 9 yards. Well, the average guy is closer to 7. The top guys are at 9. Prescott's one of those top guys, though. And we're going to get to see another 3rd and long
Did you
here.
see 92?
What's going on, Don?
That was Solomon Thomas. Wow.
Really?
Guy I hyped in the draft didn't work out, but
He was unblocked, so that's a play that you need to make there.
yeah.
How are you doing tonight, Don?
Hello, Don.
Or this morning? Who knows where you're tuning in from? Are they on their own side of the field or are they on the Raiders side? Like, is this
don't know.
are we getting a field goal attempt here? Are we getting they're going for it on 4th down? Prescott wanted to. Oh, they're on their own side of the field. This is like we'll check the 4th down bot, but this is a tougher one for me.
Yeah.
Like the 3 yards is, you kind of want like to go for it on 3 and less yards. To me, I feel like I don't know what any of the percentages, but it's like the perfect spot on the field to punt. Don's in Minnesota. Happy Thanksgiving. So probably just finished your turkey dinner. Like Thanksgiving turkey dinner, is it like seems like more of a day thing if for Americans. It is. It's pretty ironic that everyone goes hello football fans. I wouldn't say so, Eric. Like maybe strangely you could factor in some time. I think it's only a factor if it's like a team plays way earlier than they're used to or way later than they're used to. That's the only time I think
You
the
just need
time would
big
really
data.
affect it.
There's no way we can answer that with certainty. That's something we're weak on, I'd be honest. It's traveling.
Well, it's in general right now in the NFL at least, travel's become way like it just seems like home field advantage is kind of slowly disappearing. Or at least like over the last small sample of a few years, It's been non-existent. It still feels like soccer has a pretty healthy home field advantage.
Yeah, which is interesting. Like considering like what bearing should that mean? Do you know what I mean? Like do they just influence the referee? Like how does that work?
It's a good
Is
good
there
question.
such a thing as momentum? Even though I always say there isn't. In basketball, there isn't really.
Basketball home court advantage is pretty minimal.
Have a good
Later,
day,
Eric.
Eric.
I always found it interesting, like for us being on the West Coast in Vancouver, and sometimes like Canucks would have like a home game at 7:30 p.m. against a team like the Flyers, where it'd be 10:30 Eastern time for them, and I always found that to be just. It seems a little bit unfair, but I don't know what else you're supposed to do.
Man, they're athletes. They're still probably going out after.
The it's interesting too because like I've played in leagues where I'll have games at like 11 p.m. and really does it affect you at all? Probably not.
Well, the game ends at 11. Well, the game starts at what's the latest time? Because lights go out.
No, I'm talking about like an indoor. Sometimes the indoor games they'll have them like as late as starting at
11.
11. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I've had games start at 9:30 outdoor ones. I'm probably at peak around 11.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point too, right? Like there's certain athletes that might be better off at certain times,
Yeah.
like
I really do think there's morning and night people. There's just no. I've always been a night person. That was great from Carr. You're a night person too, for the most part. You're trying to change it, but it's a hard to fix.
yeah, it's easier. I find it very hard to go to sleep, and I find it very hard to wake up. So it's just ironic because, you know, it's easier to stay up late, and then harder to wake
Are
up
they really
early.
going to give a flag for this against Parsons? I really hope not. Like that's just such incidental.
I'd like to see it again. I just saw him grabbing his neck at the end.
Oh my goodness. Are we joking on that?
So they called roughing.
Look.
Oh, that shouldn't be a
That
call.
is such
He
a complete load of garbage. All he has to do is fake a neck injury like Perry Caravello. Come on.
yeah.
Dude, that's such a load of garbage. What a he's smiling and laughing.
Yeah. The
They're
Untouchable said
laughing.
that he's got the same experience like where he's played games at like 10 p.m. Like personally, I don't really
Crazy.
care like as long as I'm not playing at like 5 or 6 a.m., but none of these guys really have to do that other than the London games.
Yeah.
But even that like you adjust to the time.
What a complete load of garbage that was. That was so that one's like dishearteningly bad. It's like so hard to take refereeing seriously. Just give him a touchdown then. Why just put 6 up?
Yeah.
I like
Well,
how Mike McCarthy is just yelling now. Like that's your response to it.
I'm sure all these athletes have, well, I shouldn't say all. I'm sure most of them have some sort of like a ritual that they do before the game, like to prepare on game day. But like being an average Joe and just having to play at 10 p.m. like can kind of mess you up. I always find it strange when they show like certain athletes showing up like 3-4 hours before the game to prep and
Why would
stuff.
you want to
Like
do that?
I don't know, but I feel like you see it, right?
Wouldn't you want like 40 minutes? Like that's what I would want. 6 pack before the yeah. I could man, that's too much liquid, man. I could never have that gurgling inside.
Did you see Carr was like,
That's Mariota.
I know, but Carr at the bottom, he was doing like this kind of thing to the corner. Like I think it was Diggs lined up, and he like I can't tell if he was like telling him to come towards him. I really wish we could see a replay of that because it was very, like, talk about taunting. Like that felt like more of a taunt than I've seen in most cases.
I have a question. Are they allowed to tackle the quarterback when he starts running? It's like not even a joke like anymore. Holy smokes, that was bad.
It's interesting. Like if you bring in a halfback in that, and he takes a snap under center, it's I don't know. I don't know what the exact like lettering of the law is on that stuff.
Well, the lettering of the law, they don't follow it with. Well, maybe they do, but they like when you're a running back, you can get brutalized after the play and no one cares.
Yeah.
It's kind of like my favorite was when I was used to highlight this. It's a playoff game between the Saints and the Niners, and Pierre Thomas got knocked out from a shot to the head, and they're like, "Oh, it's a fumble," and this guy's hands are all like, you know what I mean?
He's gone stiff.
Yeah, and he's face down, and they're just like talking about how good, and like literally a play before, like Drew Brees got pushed down aggressively, and there was like a 15-yard penalty. So it was like such a paradox.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to like Cam Newton saying he didn't feel safe. The good old Dallas collapse in November, December. Yeah. And you had a 6-pack before the 10 p.m. start. So that's the thing, right? Just more time to drink. The Chicago Bears won by 2, Don. Raiders to win are now minus 203. Cowboys to come back plus 170. Over under 57.5. And Raiders -3, minus 120 on the live line.
Nagy saved his job. I don't think so.
I don't know how much that game
You beat the
factors
Lions?
in either way.
Good for you.
That game was actually pretty much perfect because it closed at Chicago -2. They ended up winning by 2, so both teams did what they were supposed to do. Someone had the over earlier. That's at 57.5 now. I think it was Don, and he had it at 51. So
51, yeah.
he's looking good.
I can't stand long fake nails. Gross me out.
And there goes
Go!
Pollard.
Go!
Unbelievable. I can't remember the last time I saw a running back have a kick return touchdown. And with that play, The Cowboys are now slight favorites on the live line.
Jeez. Holy smokes, man. That was some return.
It was. AJ Cole, not the strongest of tackles here.
Dude, he looks shot out of a cannon, though, man. It doesn't look like full effort. You know what's nice to see? Not a stupid block in the back penalty. Why aren't they going for two?
Oh, Jay, you're 100% right. You can't be talking trash like that. It'll just come back to bite you. Pollard's played well, that's for sure.
Why would you kick a pat there? Are you serious?
I still feel like Pollard's underrated by a lot of people, and it's funny because if Elliott wasn't there, like he'd probably be considered, like he'd be the guy they'd be talking about before every game.
Are we crazy? Why would you kick a pat there?
The only thing I can think of is that there still is a lot of time in this game, so. But I don't know.
Oh, now they're gonna go for it.
Well, was there a flag on the Raiders?
Yeah.
Like they get it from the one now?
It's called leverage. I don't really know what that means.
You can only have
Well,
so many players on each side of the center.
Oh, right.
Oh, and they
Oh, yeah.
if you can't make contact with the center as well. Which I
Yeah,
think
but
is
like,
a weird
why
penalty.
did they need assistance on this decision?
Well done by the Raiders.
I hated that play so much.
Well, Schultz was just weak on his block. If Schultz makes his block, but like Schultz versus Abram, like I'll take Abram. But for a guy like, if it's Schultz on Abram, like shouldn't you just run a route?
I have a question. Why did the play develop at the 10-yard line? You start at the 1.
It's just poor execution.
Execution, poor choice. Are you serious?
Yeah, you don't like the play call.
Well, you just go north-south. I don't get it.
Raiders making
am I
smart
wrong?
plays with that penalty.
Yeah, that's a good comment, Michigan. Like what? Like I don't understand why you don't. It's 1 yard away.
Well,
have
you know what
Elliott
else is
and
interesting is that the Cowboys' offensive line is graded out as one of the best run blocking O lines, so it's like even more reason to go north south. But
Tyron Smith's in the game. You just run right behind him. If you don't get it, you don't get it. What? This like that's worse than a corner fade, which I don't even know what has a conversion rate of. Sewell is not better than all of them.
Sewell has the potential to be
Possibly,
very
sure.
good.
Tyron Smith had a really good career, though. I don't know. It'd be tough to beat that. Fullback dive, 1 yard.
Jacobs with a bad drop. At this point, Carr should just grab his neck every time he falls down.
Yeah.
Sewell was a great draft pick for Detroit. Let's put it that way.
I like how hard you have to work just to get to the, like, just behind the scrimmage line.
Yeah. The speed of Keanu Neal as a linebacker on that play is very, very helpful. 3rd and 11. Carr has to scramble. He's going to get there. He's going to get a lot more.
I can't even blame 72.
I have no clue what
doing.
18 was doing. Oh, it's Kazi.
Oh, a guy who like had a. Oh no. He doesn't see that, like, Carr can't make that cross body throw.
He could. It's just less likely to happen than
Why
him
don't
running
you
for that
should
first
just
down.
beeline to kill him, and then like try and sell out if he. I guess he could fake you out that way. But you can't really even tackle him either, though. It's such a paradox.
Did Sewell play left tackle or right tackle in college?
Left tackle.
I think I know what's going on with this commercial, but it looks like they have cameras on the actual actors.
My friend just had a good point. He says to me, why would you call a timeout there? Or was that a TV timeout? No, that was a timeout. So you know that they're going to run the ball. He's like, you're 100% sure they're going to run the ball. Carr's dead tired. Like, after that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then sure enough, they run it. And that's after a timeout. He goes, why would you give up that advantage? Like, I don't know. It's pretty bad. I'm enjoying being more critical of coaches.
Yeah. It's hard to know like exactly what happened on that play for them to take the timeout. Like maybe there was an injury or something like that. But I guess with an injury, you don't even need to take a timeout.
Well, they would have said injury timeout.
Yeah.
Like, it just means lack of organization. That's all that means.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So you need 11 guys on the field.
Smart decision there for Carr.
Yeah, that is. You know what I miss, kind of? Remember when they used to do, Chip Kelly used to do this? They just show up those signs. Like, make it simple. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what you have to do, do it, right? It seems so many of these teams are unorganized. And then you watch a team like, I don't know, what's a good example? Tampa Bay or Chiefs for the most part. Like, the Chiefs the last couple of years, I don't remember them having problems like all these other teams do. Not that Andy Reid doesn't have his faults, but you know what? Okay, here's a good team. You never see the Colts have these type of problems. Are they going to call holding against 30? Oh, they are. This is just brutal. If they're going to call this pass interference, it's a travesty, probably. I have to see. Let's see. Pass interference. That's not a catchable ball. That's holding, isn't it? That wasn't even thrown yet. The ball wasn't even thrown yet. I wonder where they spot the ball. That. That's 3 PI calls against number 30. And if this is the case, couldn't you just get small burners and get them to run at will? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm surprised more teams don't try to do this. Like even just throwing like a back shoulder ball, like 35 yards down the field. Like I know
Yeah, yeah,
this is
yeah, 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 yeah.
probably like way harder than we think it
Then
is,
we know, yeah.
but it just seems like there's like when you add on the possibility of these flags, and if receivers are like taught to go back into contact, like even if they can't make the catch.
Kind of like a shooter in the NBA, you know what I mean? Like that weird, like you can't do it anymore. But remember the like jump into the guy, kind of.
Totally, like it's if these are what the rules are going to be, you might as well take advantage of it.
Well, the Ravens kind of did that in their Super Bowl run.
Yeah, Flacco's a great
Yes.
one with that.
Well, he like that was smart too. And you're right, the back shoulder one. If you can get a guy that can throw it like relatively accurately, but like you said, it's probably way more harder than we could ever imagine. Like, you and I don't know a guy who can throw the ball more than 20 yards, right? Like, but they are in the NFL. Like, these are the best passers in the world, right? Like, for them, it's probably not that inconceivable. Yeah, and if Joe Flacco did do it, but like it's because think about it, those flags sometimes have a win probability like addition of like 3 to even like 15%. You know what I mean? Pending on the time and the down and distance.
Hmm. I'm wondering if that 2 point conversion affects the decision that would have been made on this play. They're out? Okay, thank you. Let me pull up. Oh, this is an old one. So no Mark Ingram, no Alvin Kamara, no Marcus Davenport, no Ryan Ramczyk as well for the
Yeah.
Saints. Oh my goodness. Zach Moss is a healthy scratch for the Bills, but they're not really missing anyone. The Saints have a ton of players out tonight. It looks like, but Taysom Hill might be. Is Taysom Hill starting tonight? I'm very confused with what's going on with the Saints quarterback situation right now. Because he's not inactive, he's not on IR. He's on the roster at least tonight.
So what does that mean?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like, does he start over Simeon? Does Simeon play? Do they have a share? Taysom's still counting his money. He said he'll try to make it tonight. Yeah. See, I saw another report that actually none of his money is guaranteed. So that means that he can be cut at any time.
Oh man, which they totally are. Like,
So I don't know what his exact. Maybe Spot Track has his stuff now. Yeah, this is way different than what was first reported, but like I don't even know how you
Get him to agree to that? Like,
I love like incentives like if he wins MVP, he makes $250,000.
like who threw that in there?
Well, like when you're making $10 million a year and then MVP you get $250,000, it's like
I don't know. It's still a lot of money. Like when you really think about it.
if they make the Super Bowl and he plays 50 snaps, he makes half a million. I the player incentive stuff is just kind of wild. Like 65% completion percentage, minimum 224 attempts. Like how many players in history do you think have gone like, "Oh, I'm not going to throw the ball away. I'm just going to take a sack because of this."
Yeah. That's a good point. Okay. Now here's do you want to win? We're gonna find out right now. How much do you want to win? Oh, that okay, not very.
Yeah, I got a feeling they're punting this one just because of where they are at on the field, but I know what you mean. Like eventually you reach a point in this game where like there's not that many possessions to go.
It's too late every time they do it. Like these
Renfo's really being counted on as a very important player on this team.
yeah.
Like as far as like he's especially with Waller out, like he's going to be the go-to on third down. He's receiving kicks as well. He even had one nice punt return. Man, Curse took a terrible angle there.
Oh my, that could have gone to the house if they didn't make that tackle.
Maybe that video we did of Zay Jones's potential
Yeah.
can come back to light.
Parsons is in coverage. surprised there wasn't a flag called there at this.
With how it's gone so far, the pace of
Yeah.
this.
It's just like it's like I'll okay. I'm gonna give him credit in this direction. Doesn't it feel like there's a bit of drama to every throw, right? Like it adds to the drama because it's like unlikely that he's gonna catch it, but you're like, oh, there might be a flag though. You know what I mean? You almost watch for that more than the catch, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's. I almost feel the opposite though. There's a lot of big plays where I watch them and I like, even though I rarely like outwardly celebrate, but like internally, you're always like, is there a flag? Is there a flag? Is there a flag? Like, it's one of those things where like it can be so much of a change that it's tough. The AFC is just wild right now, though. Like
Yeah.
as far as how the standings are.
Oh, he almost fumbled there. That was close, man. Were you the one that mentioned to me that you question the ball security of Josh Jacobs?
Yes, I haven't seen it this game, but there was a game, a recent game where he was just very very loose with the ball. Like it was one of those
Cavalier, as we
ones
like to
where
say.
like the arms are away from the body and the ball's in one arm, and I don't know. It just it
How
is cavalier.
frustrating would that be as a coach? Because you're like that should be your main goal of the runner. Step one, don't fumble. Like
Yeah.
fumbles are a bit more forgiving in that like there's a probability your guy picks it up, but like why even have that in play though? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? It's pretty much like pass blocking and fumbling are like the two things that coaches really care about when it comes to
and they
running
should.
backs.
And those are like fixable things, right? It's not like, oh, this guy's not fast enough. You know what I mean? Like
For the most part. Like that's really what make like a lot of people have the experience of having the ball in their hands and making plays. Like that's you're talking about some of the best athletes in the world. It's really how you separate yourself from like the mediocre as far as the running back position goes. That's why like we'll watch guys like James White and Naeem Hines and kind of go like, it doesn't look great, but it's only because in the background like they're the guys perfecting those small things.
well, when they do, and then they all like, I don't know. And Naeem Hines is like a tough runner now. Like, I don't know. He's really good. Like for
Well, he's
his
just
role.
he's put in the right role, right? Like he's not going to be a guy that's going to be able to tote the
They
ball
don't
20
need him
times
to.
a game. Well, they don't need him to right now. Like there's a possibility they might need him to in the future, but
Well, there's a chance that's the best backfield in the NFL.
I think that's safe to say right now.
I mean, of course, like a healthy Browns crew is pretty tough to beat, but like, I don't know, it's pretty good. I'm struggling right now to find a better backfield.
Well, there's a few good ones. Like it's just at a certain
that
point,
one's
it's like
kinda, like-
receivers. Like it's like you have two or three good ones, and
Dallas
you
is in
know.
the conversation.
Yeah, Cincinnati.
Eh,
Tony Pollard had a special teams kick return touchdown. Josh.
I don't think you can give Cincinnati like who.
Sorry,
like,
I'm talking about receivers. Like
yeah.
like it's in.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty crazy how talented some of these teams are at certain.
Well, I was talking
positions.
about Dallas at running back, but at receiver too. Yeah, they have probably the top three, like the best three combo.
And Cedric Wilson has made some excellent plays this year.
He's the
Like
fourth
it's
receiver on that team.
exactly.
What's his name? In terms of receivers, the Bucks are pretty good too.
So that play where Dallas decided to punt the ball on 4th and 2 from their own 33, they lost 3.5% win percentage chance.
Really?
Yeah. And on the Dallas on the 4th and 3, they lost just under 3% on that play as well by not going for it.
Dude, look how you could have gained 6% on the right decision, like incidentally, right? If you were to, obviously we're isolating those two decisions, right? But like that stuff compounds, does it not? Like, I don't know. That's why, like, I really want. This is gonna sound greedy almost. I really want the Browns or the Colts to win the Super Bowl. I want it to get more recognition, or maybe I don't. Maybe I just, maybe I want people to not know this and it not be baked into lines, and perhaps carve out an advantage. That was awesome.
Well, there's teams like Buffalo and there's teams like Dallas that are like the coaching decisions are bad, but like the quarterback play is so good that it
does it like
you can't tell.
It does matter though. It like in a tight game it matters, right? Like it does. Well, here's a good example. Like Buffalo has cost, like their quarterback dependency has, they lost to Jacksonville and they got smoked by the Colts. Like they got a severe bum beat.
Yeah. Yeah, they lost by whatever 41 minus 15 is.
Yeah, but it was even worse than that though. You know what I mean? Like they play to score points. They don't actually play to win. You know what if that makes any sense?
Yeah.
A lot of these teams do that too, though. And that's why I always think like I always like that thing where people be like, "Oh, you play to score. You try and score more points than the other team." I'm like, no, you try and put yourself in the best opportunity to win. Good example is like when a running back runs out of bounds or stays in. Do you know what I mean? Runs out of bounds for the field goal or stays in to take all the time off the clock. Like he just pulled his helmet off. How is that not a penalty? Like he literally just pulled his helmet off.
Well,
Like,
he not only pulled it off, it got thrown like. Actually, he's looking at that replay. He didn't actually grab his helmet at all. So
he did. That's crazy. That's a great call from the referee then.
The Eagles running back group is kind of like a hodgepodge group, to be honest, Jay. Like
it's okay.
And there's the Schultz touchdown. Dallas has a chance to tie this game up with a 2-point conversion.
The flag.
Like there's Miles Sanders, who's obviously, they've put some draft capital into. But then, like, I think Gainwell's like a 4th-round pick, if I'm not mistaken. Boston Scott, who's been kind of like a guy who's bounced around. And, oh, man, this is coming back. Oh, 2 penalties on the offense? Yeah. And then, like, Jordan Howard came off the street.
He's been with them before, though. But, yeah. It's not the same Jordan Howard. I don't know what I'd be fine with Jordan Howard. Like,
well, I like their group of running backs, but to say they're one of the best, like, no. If you can bring a guy off the street and he's going to be your main starter, it's just not the best at that point. They've played really well though. Like their rushing attack has been prominent lately. There was I can't remember if I think someone shared it in the Discord or I don't know if I saw it on their kicking this field goal.
They're kicking a field goal.
As far as like production from running the ball, it's been great, and like Hurts has a lot to do with that too. Like having
What
an
fantasy quarterback, Jalen Hurts?
yeah, having like an active mobile quarterback is it does a lot to a running game. Like think about Alfred Morris with RG3.
Yeah.
See if I can see what that
Can you tell me that decision?
a field goal trumps it. It's 1.6% win percentage to kick the field goal. One of the rare scenarios we've seen where a field goal is better. Dylan's he's been quiet. He's been doing his work.
He's still competing.
Yeah. He's making his picks. He picks early on the spread contest, and he's still making moves in fantasy, so he's competing. He's trying to make that cash. Oh, I don't know if I forgot. I even made my finished my thought, but I saw uh, it essentially talked about like running success versus team blocking success. And Jonathan Taylor, like the Colts have been an average run blocking team, but he was by far the best runner of the ball compared to everybody else. And that's where I saw Dallas has been one of the top run blocking teams. Josh said he thought Detroit was going to pull off their first win today.
I was hoping for it.
It's kind of like the Krusty the Clown thing. Like I thought the Generals were due. It looked like a hold on the offense. But it is not called. Brown's struggling on coverage. It feels like he's probably being asked to do more than he should. Well, there's the holding call.
Ooh.
That helps the Cowboys. I know they've done a lot to like eliminate the chop block, but it'd be interesting to see like if guys just fell, how much damage they would do.
Renfro, man.
This hasn't been Curse has been kind of the well, that wasn't even Curse, that was Lewis.
Wow.
What's going on, Cannon? 54 yards. That was such a great fake from Carr. It worked out. I don't even think it was a fake. I think the ball was supposed to go there and he just didn't make the throw because of. It's ironic because it probably was like good coverage short and then he was able to go long. It's 27-22. The Raiders are up and they're on the Raiders have the ball on the Cowboys 11. I got a feeling this is a hold. It's probably going to come back
against the Raiders, yeah. Leatherwood? Who's 87 Moreau?
Foster Moreau.
Yeah.
Just over 9 minutes left in this game, Mickey. Incomplete on 2nd and 16, so it's going to be 3rd and 16 here.
9:04, Mickey.
Down 5, 9:04 left. Well, sorry, the Raiders are up 5. Elliott urging on the crowd to get loud.
That's kind of cool.
And they go short to Renfro.
Dude, you know who he reminds me of? Wes Welker and Julian Edelman. Like,
I was thinking the same thing today.
And I always say those tier 2 guys. Like, I don't know. There's something like that's a diamond right there. Hunter Renfro.
He's played so well this season, and like in those intermediate routes, he's just gonna do a lot of damage on like key plays.
Well, he's not a good athlete, but he's great hands. He's tough, and like by athlete, I mean like you know, the speed and strength of other guys. But he's a feisty guy, man. He runs clean routes. He can play special teams. I don't know. He's got a lot of value to him, really.
The Cowboys did miss a 2-point conversion earlier on a play that Fat Guy was not happy about. There was like a pitch about 10 yards back.
It was on the 10-yard line, maybe 9.5.
And it was after Vegas took a penalty on an extra point.
Yeah. So Mickey, they were down 5. They didn't go for 2. They kicked a pat. They got a penalty. Instead of taking the 10 yards, they used that to go up, move 1 yard up. So it was the second 2 point conversion from the 1 yard line. They did a double pitch play that developed at the 10 or 9 yard line and then got stopped. So, so, so instead of going north south, they started at the 9, like, and they should have gone for it in the first place. It was just like, it was just horrible.
I wonder where that flag would have put the Raiders with the ball.
Yeah. What's the bot say on this one?
It's not out quite yet. Fat Guy Seabass was one of your favorites.
Absolutely. Sebastian Janikowski. One of the only kicker taken in the first round and actually worth it.
I know he always gets poo-pooed, like, because kickers just doesn't have the same importance as other positions. But when you look back at that draft and see
one of the best players in the draft. He played like 17 years.
He might have been like, because what was he drafted like 16th overall?
Yeah.
And looking back, like he might have been like the 15th or 16th best player in that draft.
Yeah.
He could fill out a uniform. Yeah, he definitely could. There was a time where I felt like a lot of kickers were just drunks.
They were. Matt Prater?
Really, it's just him and Prater, and like, I don't know, is
No,
that enough of a sample?
No. What's his name?
All the
Josh
Grammaticas.
Brown, the Tennessee guy.
Yep.
Josh Brown. That's enough. I'm trying to think of another one. You know, I'm not sure who Randy Bullock is, dragging around, but it can't be good.
Eight minutes left in this game, and the over officially hit there. We're at 52 points now, so that over 51 hit.
So what was the bot on that one?
Let's see if it's updated now.
Yeah, Mike Vanderjack, Mud. Yes.
Field goal added 5% win percentage over going for it. But it's interesting to note, right? Like if it's a 4th and 2, what's the percentage? Oh, Vanderjagt was a drinker too?
Yeah.
Big sack.
That's a nice play.
This is a decision, like, there's really not much of a decision to make here, but they're not going to even do it, so There's no one open, so Raiders defense coming in big there. Nice play by Ngakwe. Was it Justin Blackman? Was that his first name?
Justin Blackman?
What was Blackman's first name?
Justin.
Okay.
The biggest drunk ever in the NFL, probably. Last 20 years, at least. I can't speak for the 90s, 80s, and 70s, though. Luis Zendejas. That's a fun name. I like when the J's like that.
Hey, congrats, Mud.
Hey, have a good one.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving. Broke a leg on a celebration. Yeah. Wasn't that one of the Grammaticas that did that? I'm sure it's happened more than once.
He tore his ACL.
Yeah.
Dan Henderson did that in a pride fight.
That's rough.
He jumped off a rope.
Oh, he did it in celebration.
Yeah.
Big first down here for Zay Jones. Been very good after the catch.
Yeah, he has.
Cheers, Mud.
Walrus, New York. What's my favorite called? New York Bozo.
I don't get this because it looked like they were waiting to like bring this time off the clock, but like they still snapped it with like 8 seconds left on the play clock. Like if you add up 8 seconds on each play,
you get a full minute.
Yeah, it's
That was a hold on 75. He's looking around for the flag. I think there was a flag. Yeah, hold on 75.
That's a big one because it stops the clock. It takes them back.
See, they're complaining about it, about the amount of hold calls against the Raiders. Detroit got 8 last game, 5 in a whatchamacallit, and at one drive that had 5 penalties in a row.
I can't speak for all of the Lions ones, but like these ones have been pretty obvious. Like,
yeah, like, well, you'd have to imagine out of a sample that big, like how, you know what I mean? Like, I can't exactly speak for like the magnification of those, but like, you know what I mean? If you're complaining about holding calls, that's where you want to start. That was barely even mentioned on the broadcast.
This is a pretty big third down here for the Raiders because they're in a position where they don't have to give the ball back to Dallas.
No, I'm taking it off, Jay. This was the game. Got too much stuff to get caught up on. We got a bomb here. Dude, that was awesome from Zay Jones. He
It
just did.
kind of
He
was,
just
but
did.
yeah, the incomplete. But it's almost better if he let him caught that,
It actually is. That's so funny, but he has to get
or
the
if he let
tackle
him
though, right?
catch it.
But he did the like he was a DB.
This game is going to be interesting to finish because Dallas can very, very easily drive for a touchdown.
We got a Nathan Peterman sighting on the sideline.
I saw that. He's looking good. Liveline has Cowboys plus 388. That seems way too high for.
Sorry,
I think
what's the
plus
what is it?
388 on the Liveline for Cowboys. It's 8 points is tough though, right? Because all this stuff can happen, and then it's like essentially a coin flip on a 2 point conversion.
Yeah, you
Already
have to
down
get
to
a
plus
touchdown.
246.
Will someone bet it then? No, sir. No zaps. We are not. Just this one. What was the closing line on this?
7.
Oh, it closed at 7.
Yeah.
Is that what the sheet said?
And I had Pinnacle up pretty much till close, so. What a catch. Holy.
Did
What a
close at
throw.
7.
What a catch. Holy smokes. That was unreal from Gallup.
It's a pretty good player. Wow, to keep your left foot in? It's so unnatural, you know what I mean?
You don't usually see that kind of body control at that speed.
No.
It looked like he got in. He might have been just short. But either way, like, this game is getting even closer.
I've always thought he wears eyeliner.
Cowboys are now, well, I don't want to spoil this in case this line is taking this into consideration.
I think they get it. That's my guess.
Cowboys plus 104 on the live line. Raiders minus 122. Definitely, definitely a screen set on that play. And Jay said, "I'm good with the 7.5, most likely."
Yeah.
Overtime would be a good scenario for the cover. Had to pay for it, but I'm good. Yeah, the hook's definitely nice to have.
Yeah.
I was looking at it too. The juice was just a little bit too high for me. It's 7.5. I missed the boat. It's funny how, like, on that last drive, I was more worried about the 2 point conversion than Dallas scoring a touchdown.
Man, do you see that burst from Deshaun Jackson? Like when he had to turn the Jets on?
Yeah, he's a burner. There's a
Man,
flag on this play though.
he's old too.
It looks like it might be on the Cowboys.
Brown again?
Did they pick up the flag?
Yeah.
He outran his feet. He also looked like he got down early because he didn't want to take a hit. Just it shows you the different mentality. Carr's happy about that penalty. Aaron
Yeah.
Rodgers would have been so upset that they blew that down.
Yes. Wow.
Oh, it was on the offense. Okay.
I don't really know Andre James.
That's a weird one.
Wow. That's an unfortunate place to go out of bounds. That 1 second is a big deal.
Well, then the ref ran the clock, so I don't know exactly
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
what that was all about. Might have to go grab Renfro off the waivers. I know Fat Guy and I have both had him on our rosters at one point this season.
Oh yeah, I love doing it. He's been a spot starter for me for 2 years.
There's actually an interesting guy in our fantasy league that people could pick up. But it's still a pretty big long shot. But there's been a lot of weird reports about Matt Breida taking over as the lead runner in Buffalo, which might not mean anything anyways.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? Like if you don't have running backs, you got to take chances on stuff like that happening mid-season.
So weird. You know, but I even then, like, what was wrong with Matt Breida like a year ago? You know,
just injuries. Like I don't know how healthy he is. Also, like Matt Breida did awesome in a San Fran system that was essentially built, exactly how he runs. I don't know what Buffalo isn't built to run anything.
no, I don't know. Like, how have they been so? It's hard to believe they've been that successful with
that poor of a running game.
Yeah, and even play calling to support it.
Well, it's half of their running game is just Josh Allen. It's athleticism and youth, like. Third and 3 here, so pretty big play for the Raiders. They are in field goal range. They don't get it. So my guess is they're going to try a long field goal with Carlson, who's one of the better kickers. Hopefully I don't jinx him, but if he doesn't make it, it's pretty good field position for Dallas and Greg the Leg. "56-yarder from Carlson."
That looks good. Wow.
Breida was like average in San Fran. Like it was San Fran just has like Kyle Shanahan's running game is just so strong that like
it's surprising they haven't had like a beast running back.
Well, like Mostert's probably been the best guy they've had over the last few years, and
Breida was okay though. Like
he was fine. Like he was average, right? Like Breida was never like a top 5 guy.
Yeah, that's true.
He put up
like who are their guys?
Production.
Jeff Wilson, JaMychal Hasty.
Yeah, they've even missed on some draft stuff, but like Mostert's been the best guy. He's just been hurt.
Yeah.
Mostert was like one of those guys that had like big special teams plays in preseasons, but was like, oh, he's never going to be like a starting running back. And then all of a sudden he got to San Fran and he became like holy crap, this guy's really good. But that Shanahan, like just how he, like maybe Alfred Morris, like I'm sure there's been a guy before that. Like even when he was in Cleveland, was there a successful running back that he had? That you can remember off the top of your head? Like I can't even remember who the Browns running backs were at that time. Trent Richardson, was he the back?
What year?
I'm trying to remember when Shanahan was there as the offensive coordinator.
No, I don't know if it was Trent. I think it would have traded him by then. I'm gonna go with. Hold on here. I don't even think Duke Johnson was there yet. It might have been Isaiah Crowell though.
He was only there for 1 year, and it was 2014.
Yeah.
I think it was before Crowell, because I don't think we were doing. It was Terrence Weston, Isaiah Crowell, and Ben Tate.
I nailed it. I might have got all three if I had enough time. Ben Tate, I always thought would be better than he was. Like I was a Ben Tate guy because I always felt he was underrated. There's so many, like, man, running back, you can really patch it together every year.
Well, just look at like the Texans this year. Like the Texans have actually used it to like trade the guys that they had and get stuff mid-season. Like it makes absolutely no sense.
Well, look, the Ravens went from their top 3 getting injured to getting trade offers for the guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They did pick up the best 3 you could get, though. Probably.
It helps being a
Freeman,
good
Murray,
team
and,
because like good teams will actually, like those guys are like, really, I get to sign with the Ravens? Like that's probably what they were like.
Yeah.
Because
like,
they think they're gonna get the call from, not a team quite as
the
good.
Jets. Yeah. Well, not Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah. Dak is just great. It's fun to watch Dak play. Or at least I enjoy watching Dak play. Was Tate the backup for Arian Foster in Houston?
Yeah. Who's the other backup? Ryan Moats? He was a 3rd string, I think. And even he was okay. Like, the only time I've ever seen someone that I was like, this isn't going to work out, I think it was Lake Seastrunk, the guy who literally couldn't catch a ball.
Yeah,
I guess this is going to work out.
And then he kept bouncing around, and like every Roto World story would be like he's working on his hands. It's like, why?
What, can the guy play special teams or not?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like at that point. And the other issue too is you have to think, like, I always found that strange. Like, you're gonna invest in this guy, but like you're not very like deep into the future. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's gonna be 25 new running backs that can catch that are gonna come next year. And if you can't get one of those guys and they don't work out, there'll be another 25 the year after.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the 4th down bot. It was a 4.2% difference if they went for it rather than kicking the field goal.
The Raiders.
Yeah. Actually, I wonder if I go back. I wonder what the 4th down. It might not have been a 4th. Oh, it was 4th down in the last game.
It would have said Buff, but buying now in Buffalo, in my opinion, Jay, is like it's the meat's been stripped from the bone, right? Not to tell you what to do, but it's in my opinion on it. Like, once bad news has come and the line shifted so much, then it's usually at equilibrium by then. that Desmond Trufant?
I think so.
How far they've come. Like, it's a pretty steep fall. Be a depth secondary player, you know, on the Raiders. That it's interesting.
It's a paycheck.
Absolutely, I don't hate on that. Cash it all day, bro. It's a good paycheck. It's not just a paycheck.
I also like that gets to wear the number 10.
Yeah, it's cool. I like it. Yeah, because like jersey sales aren't a thing now for any of those like new free agent guys. So, like I can get any number I want now. This is just a tie.
I almost want him just to miss this so this game can be done.
Yeah.
I don't know if I feel like watching
I don't like
more
it.
of this.
I actually don't like his chances. Oh, yeah. I'm about good with this game too.
And he gets it.
You know what's good about the Raiders? You can kind of go deep here. I mean, it would help if they had a certain player that got released that was drafted in the first round in this spot, but like
they signed Jackson as his replacement, and
I know
he's been
he's
great.
actually been better. I'm saying you kind of want two in this spot,
but they missed 35 yarders. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you got to look at the rate. You know, you can miss anything at some point, right? There was a whatchamacallit. I had a 19-yard field goal that cost me like serious dough in college. Okay, maybe not that serious, but pretty strong dough this year, and it happens, right? But then that's an isolated incident too, right? That's why I always a bad beat. I always, you know, kind of roll my eyes a little bit. Like I just picked out the one thing in the game that made me lose, or like you know what I mean. When there's like a bunch of things that went my way positively too, like you can isolate anything and come up with a narrative why you should have won or lost. But yes, you are right. They do miss 35 yarders. Math and distribution and probability are a fun thing. We've never actually graphed kickers, like the populace.
It'd be an interesting thing to do. And the Raiders, with one timeout, are saying, hey, let's take this out of our hands and put it into a coin flip.
How do you do that?
Oh, they just did it. Well, I'm saying this in jest, but put it all on the Raiders. Thanks to that graphic. Cowboys minus 160. I don't know if that's pre-coin flip or post. Probably post, so I'm guessing Dallas gets the ball.
His skin graft doesn't look very good.
Oh, Cowboys definitely get the ball. They're now minus 199. Mad Cappers on Saints money line. Right now at Pinnacle, you can get Saints money line at plus 245. So about 29% chance in winning. Papa Molly, I'm sweating. Live OU is 69.5 with juice on the under. So
Like the Raiders to win now.
Short field position and as well as a flag on this play. Thank you, Mad Capper. Block in the back.
Wow.
Half the distance to the goal.
Was it a 6-yard line?
They're inside their own 10. Cowboys live minus 130. Down from the minus 200 when they won the coin toss. Cowboys, at least what I saw, as high as plus 338 on the live line when they were down 8 points in the fourth quarter.
Dude, Jonathan Hankins with the play on that screen. That's some hustle from a real big boy.
It is. It just shows you, like, the timing, too. Like, if that ball's out, you know, he had to pump. I didn't see exactly what made him pump that ball.
He had guys in his face, I think. I think he had to freeze. I think he had to open it up himself. So, but then again, that was just like a split-second viewing.
Everyone knows you never pump with guys in your face.
You could say anything.
No, I know that. It's a industry trick.
Dude, that's a brutal. 78 pulled him by the neck. That was a hold. What's the live line now?
It's currently down, but like
you go for it here.
Well, I was just gonna ask the same thing. Like the thing like that you have to think of for coaching is that it's a pretty big smack in the face to your defense if you do.
No, it's not. No, okay. This is my question then. Holy, that's a pretty good punt though. But like, okay, let's say you start with that really bad field position. Couldn't you how do I put this? Couldn't you set it up like it's 4-down territory? Do you know what I mean? And like run it maybe to get 2 yards on 3rd and 4 and they wouldn't expect it. Maybe 4th and 1 or get it ideally, right?
Yeah, like it's forward thinking to think like you're going to go for it on 4th down every time, like
but not every time, like specifically with the field position they were dealt, because it's unlikely they were going to get this type of field reversal to the Raiders. And the Raiders just have to kick a field goal. Like, it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Like, they got about the best special teams player. They got a great punt with a penalty, right? Which is what? Yeah. But the
it all
Raiders
has
just
to be
have
factored
score.
in. Like, that's a possibility, and it happened. Is that a 15-yard penalty too?
I think so.
It also goes back like to favor what you're saying is part of that sheet that Jake Jacobs shared with us is that if you give the ball back to the other team, even if it is like on their own one, like they're still more likely to score than not to score.
Wow. Not. I don't know exactly. It's so weird that Tom Cable is the Raiders' offensive line coach. You know what I mean? When he was the head coach, like 10 years prior. I don't know.
No, I think he's in a much better position as an O-line coach.
Yeah, he's one of the better ones.
The live OU 69.5 is minus 615. It's incredibly high. But I guess you'd be betting like the over, hoping for a big play.
Yeah.
Well, not only a
What's
big
the
play.
juice on the over?
It's like plus 488.
Yeah. You need a broken play, kind of like Cowboys in overtime against the Pats.
Yeah. It'll be fun to see when Lawrence is back what kind of havoc him and Parsons can create. Because Lawrence, like, when healthy, was a very, very good pass rusher. I think he might be back next week. I think he just got taken off IR, like he's practicing again. But I don't think he hasn't suited up for this game. Big sack.
Dude, that might be a flag. It's a lot of like.
He makes another play. It's super, super impressive, too. Like, this is an overtime game where, each team has played their 70, 80 snaps already, and he's still making these plays. They chipped him on this play. Oh, boy.
Oh, my. Anthony Brown having probably, if you count his flags, we're going to go 40% in win probability. Mind you, this is like an 80% flag. Like, it's a death kneel.
He played that perfectly. Like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Like, he's supposed to turn around and look at the ball.
But the guy's like holding his head.
I don't know how that's a penalty. Like, I actually don't know how that's a penalty.
No, that's how they call it now.
Yeah, but it's not like he didn't really make contact with the guy at all. Like, he was like, it was perfect coverage. Like, I'm on the Raiders in this game. Like, I'm not
I'm on them now too. But this is like this is what they call now. This is their rules.
That one was especially bad.
It's lame.
Jacobs hurt. He wanted to stay.
He's trying to wave them off. Yeah.
That coverage is.
It's because he didn't have his head around.
I think it was like almost perfect.
It's because he didn't have the head around, and you have to play the ball or whatever. Playing cornerback's the hardest job in the NFL, in my opinion.
No flag on this play, so we're going to get the field goal attempt here from Carlson. I got a feeling Cowboys are going to take one of those silly timeouts.
They did.
Oh, they already did? Carlson was peeking over at the camera, so you wonder how much stuff like that affects a player. Like you go over there as a kicker, you warm up all day and no one bothers you, and then all of a sudden when you need to make the kick, like there's a camera around. You got Tracy Wolfson watching you, giving her 2 cents. How far out is this? 34 yards, so it's like somewhere in the 80% that he makes this. I don't know why they... Oh, unless there's a flag on the Raiders. False start on the Raiders special teams. So now 39 yards. Probably like in the high 70s now. Dallas jumps off, so we'll push it forward 5 yards.
You think, like, this is a Super Bowl type moment, it feels like.
Like, I'm waiting, like, next up, the Raiders are going to take a timeout.
Dude, fucking, usually I try and take the humanity out of it, but you're Daniel Carlson. You're like, man, can I just get this shit over with?
Eventually, though, it, like, becomes funny to the point where you're not stressed.
I guess, yeah. You used to do this to me in Madden all the time. Just constantly run offside. It's offside again.
Now they get a first down.
Yeah. Do you kneel it 3 times now?
No. You go out and you make the field goal and you win the game and you go home. It's a 29-yard field goal. If you can't make a 29-yard field goal, you don't deserve to win.
Well, yeah, but what's optimal? This has been the most, like, bandied about kick I can remember.
Yep. Mark Davis's hair waits in anticipation.
There you go.
And it's good. Go Raiders. Well, thanks, guys, for joining us for that barn burner of a game. It actually wasn't that bad. We're playing it up. Cowboys did awful against the AFC West. It's a tough decision. It's a tough division.
Yeah, 0-3.
The AFC, whatever the Browns division is, none of the teams the rest of the way play a team with a losing record. Isn't that a pretty crazy scheduling type stat? All right, guys, that's it for us. Happy Thanksgiving to all the American brethren. And, Jay's awake. He made it back just in time to say goodbye. So thanks for joining us, guys, for this live stream. And in the Discord, I'll be posting what the market is for this next game. Otherwise, you guys have a good Thanksgiving, and thanks for joining us, and you guys all have a good night.